Puertorriqueño welcomes you. Bienvenidos a todos. My name is Erica Goslin. I'm the executive director here at Taller, and I'm really looking forward to spending the day with you at this esteemed symposium. We are a 50-year-old arts and culture nonprofit in the heart of El Barrio Latino de Philadelphia. We have an incredible bilingual bookstore with its own series of literary events. We have an incredible community archives, which documents the stories of the people of this neighborhood and Taller's place in it from the 1970s to now. We have incomparable Latina arts education programming for all ages, connecting people to the intrinsic value of learning various cultural arts. We have this beautiful building, which was the result of such a labor of love and collaboration that proves that we can do anything together. Our exhibitions program is committed to supporting artists, curators, scholars, and writers whose work directly or indirectly engages with the Puerto Rican and Latina experience, locally and internationally. It seeks to provide these creative practitioners with the necessary resources and dedicated space to realize projects that might otherwise be unattainable. Furthermore, we aim to connect the artist's work with Taller's surrounding community and broader audiences. Each exhibition is thoroughly documented and archived for reference, accompanied by public programs that foster audience engagement. Today we have the complete honor of hearing directly from Jorge Luis Rodriguez about his exhibit, Orisha Santos, an artistic interpretation of the 7 African powers. We're also honored to have an esteemed roster of thinkers, culture bearers, and change makers here with us today. By offering a platform for dialogue, critical inquiry, and the advancement of artistic practices, we serve artists, historians, and scholars in their exploration and interrogation of relevant cultural narratives. I just want to also say the current climate politically will shift. I think that this is a testament to that. We need to continue gathering in spaces like this to keep us going. And if you value spaces like this and programs like the Schomburg Symposium, you must support us. The responsibility is on all of us to make sure that we are still here for the next 1, 3, 50 years. Whatever you're able to contribute, please do. Become a member, join us as a volunteer, come to symposiums like these, tell your friends about Taller. This would not be possible, this symposium and all of our programming, without the hard work, perseverance, and resilience of Taller's founders, prior leaders, all of our board members, and of course, our staff. I'd also like to thank the Schomburg Planning Committee. Without you, obviously, these 30 years would not have happened, and here's to another 30. So I would like to introduce Eveline Laurent-Perrault. And I'm just realizing, Eveline, I thought your bio was in front of me. Please, Eveline is going to take us through a welcome this morning and libations and set us up for our first presenter, Eveline Laurent-Perrault.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good. Before we begin, following African diasporic tradition, we are here because we are, and because our ancestors before us decided, chose, and allow us to be here today. So we're going to begin by pouring libation to our ancestors. For those of you who don't know about this, we would name loved ones we want to thank for having made all the sacrifices and nurture our presence here. And I will begin, I always begin, by invoking, naming, and thanking Arturo Alfonso Schomburg. And then we say Ashe. Miriam Jimenez Roman, who was the first person who ever presented at the chamber, Ashe. Juan Flores, her partner, and also a very strong supporter of the Schomburg Symposium. Ashe. I will think about my ancestors, but I won't name them all. I invite people to name those you want to invoke as we are calling their names to be present and to guide us in our knowledge and wisdom sharing across the day. Please. Ashe. Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Ashe. Antonia Pantoja. Ashe. 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 Toussaint Louverture. Ashe. Cécile Fatima. Ashe. 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 Zumbi. Ashe. 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 W.B. Du Bois. Ashe. 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 I also want us to pray for peace. I want us to try to put out our best energy of love, to try to give up and get rid of our egos, to try to embrace humbleness, to try to, understand and embrace the fact that we live in a planet, not in a country. Forget about national patriotism that can be so toxic, and embrace humankind, as we still have so much to do. And so I'm going then to proceed. Welcome everybody to Taller Puertorriqueño and to the 30th Annual Arturo Schomburg Symposium. About 30 years ago, I was working at Taller, and many friends, many people who came to Taller voiced out a concern about the fact that there was a very large lack of information and knowledge about the enormous contributions Africa as a continent, Africans, people African diaspora had given to the world, but more specifically to Latin America, history, cultures, and to Latine communities. Many folks were surprised to see someone like me working at a Latino institution, and many others hugged me because I was part of the Latino institution. And so a few of us decided we should talk about this. We should break this silence. We should try to overcome this major silencing that had happened in the history of the African diaspora in the world, but mostly in the Americas, understanding the Americas as from Tierra del Fuego to Canada and the Caribbean. And so we began gathering the first time without any particular theme in mind, just to talk about it. And there was such a great success that we decided to continue. In these 30 years, we have explored different themes. We have explored literature, visual arts, body language, music. We already did once on spirituality, culinary arts, hip hop, her stories, festivities and carnivals, colorism and beauty, colorism and power, the way Black communities were rendered more vulnerable during COVID, and violence, racism. We have explored, as you can imagine, up to today, at least 20-something different subjects connected to the African diaspora in Latin America and Latine history and cultures. Our program usually follows a similar format. We have in the morning a portion where folks, sometimes mostly connected to the academics, who carry out research, come and share their wisdom. Then we have lunch. Then we have a session of conversation with our speakers, and then we have a second panel with professional artists, journalists, practitioners, to further go in depth to know about who we are and what are we doing here. So today, we're not short. We're actually having amazing speakers. And in this time, sometime happened before also, this Schomburg coincides with an incredible, powerful exhibit. I hope everyone has the chance to go and embrace it and allow yourself to be embraced by it, because it carries a lot of power. So today is going to be on spirituality and religions as resilience and resistance. But we always should think about this space as a space of healing from lack of knowledge, because lack of knowledge can be excessively damaging to humanity. So I'm going to then present the morning speakers. And this font is kind of small. Anyway, we're going to first have a presentation by Dr. Sinesio Feliciano Pechanza. He's a master of Capoeira Angola, graduated under Mestre Moraes in 1986. He earned a degree in physical education from the Catholic University of Salvador de Bahia, Brazil, in 93, and completed a PhD at the University UFBA. University Federal of Bahia, thank you. Multidisciplinary Knowledge Dissemination Program in 2019, with a thesis, Gigando on the Kalunga Line, Capoeira Angola, Ngolo, and the Building of Ancestrality. He will explain later what Kalunga is. Known as Mestre Cobra Mansa, or Cobrinha, he researches African martial arts, musical bows, Bantu culture, Bakongo cosmology, identity and ancestry. Beyond capoeira, he works with agroecology, permaculture, bioconstruction, agroforestry, and community organization, and currently leads Permangola, an initiative uniting permaculture and capoeira. Unfortunately, we do not have his book, which was recently published, but if you Google his name, you will be able to find his book and to purchase it. I urge you to do it. Following his presentation, we are going to have a presentation by Alexandra Santelien. She is a Mambo PhD student. She will explain what Mambo is, in case people don't know. She is a PhD student of African American Studies at Emory University. Alexandra is a Haitian PhD student, as I said, where she is a Woodruff Fellow and Centennial Scholar. A Mambo, Vodou priestesses from Gonaives, Haiti, in the Cha-Cha Deca lineage. She holds degrees in linguistics, University of Florida, and linguistics anthropology, Georgia State University. Her research focuses on African and African diasporic religion traditions, especially langage, Haitian Vodou ritual language, supported by an NSF, GRFP. Her doctoral work explores langage as a sacred language that connects Vodou V to West and Central African lineages. A former Fulbright US student in Côte d'Ivoire, she has also interned at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture and serves with COSAMBA and the Fulbright Alumni Network. Then we're going to have the presentation of Renee Gonzalez, Ifa priest, sworn Omo Anya and Omo Vodou. Renee Gonzalez is an Ifa priest consecrated in Marianao, Cuba in 2011, and a son of Shango, a sworn Omo Anya and Omo Vodou. He marks 15 years in Ifa in this year, including more than 12 research trip to Cuba and interviews with priests such as Antonio Sevilla and Lázaro Cuestas. He founded the Universidad de Ifa WhatsApp group connecting over 170 babalaos across the the Americas, and Europe. He holds degrees in law and political science from University of Massachusetts at Amherst. The son of musician Jose Gonzalez, he has performed with artists including Giovanni Hidalgo, William Cepeda, Jorge Gomez in Tiempo Libre, Ray de la Paz, and Culture Profetica. He also created IFA content online and worked as a social worker with seniors in Springfield, Massachusetts. As Erika said, I encourage everyone to become members of Taller. And without further ado, I'm going to invite Mestre Cobra Mansa to come to the podium. But I see Erika coming before.
Thank you, Evelyn. I also I found your bio. And I want to read the bio of this incredible person and introduce you properly. Evelyn Laurent-Perrault, PhD, University of California, Santa Barbara, History Department Emerita. A doctor in History of the African Diaspora in Latin America and the Caribbean, NYU. A licenciada in Biology, UCV. Venezolana de padres haitianos y familia venezolana. Retired from the Department of History, University of California, Santa Barbara. The author of several essays, including Fugitivity, Quilombos, Palenques, Docos, Cumbes, and Rochelas in press. Arturo Alfonso Schomburg, The Quintessential Maroon, Towards an African Diasporic Epistemology, Esclavizadas, Litigantes, Ideas y Praxis de una Modernidad Silenciada. Dr. Laurent-Perrault is finishing editing the book titled Claiming Dignity, Black Women's Political Intervention in Colonial Venezuela, is completing a consultancy for the project Dispossession in the Americas, Extraction of Bodies, Lands, and Cultural Heritages from the Conquest to the Present, Center for Latin American and Latinx Studies, University of Pennsylvania. She is a member of the Academic Advisory Committee of the National Museum of the American Latino Museum, NMAL, Smithsonian Institution, and has lived, studied, and worked in Eastern Europe, West Africa, and the United States. So thank you, Dr. Evelyn Perrault, Laurent-Perrault. And without further ado, I would like to welcome Mestre Cobra Mansa to the stage.
Probably you have heard this song. Probably don't know the whole words, but when I start, probably you're gonna remember. And this song I like to start because it's a song what talk about the three groups in Brazil who made what you call Brazilian. You know, is the song of the two races. It's a very famous song. And this song means what we are doing here right now. Triste sempre entoou, desde que o índio guerreiro foi pro cativeiro e de lá cantou. Sempre entoou canto de revolta pelos mares, no quilombo dos palmares, onde se refugiou. Fora a fúria dos inconfidentes, pela quebra das correntes, nada adiantou. E de guerra em paz, de paz em guerra, Todo o povo dessa terra, quando pode cantar, cantar de dor. Oh, 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 vocês. Oh, 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 e é como a noite fria. Sou vencedor, mais que agonia, um canto de um trabalhador. Esse canto que devia ser um canto de alegria, sou apenas como um soluçar de dor. Oh, 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 lamento triste sempre ecoou, desde que o índio guerreiro foi pro cativeiro e de lá cantou. Serpenteou um canto de revolta pelos mares, no quilombo dos palmares, onde se refugiou. Fora a fúria dos inconfidentes, pela quebra das correntes, nada adiantou. E de guerra em paz, de paz em guerra, todo o povo dessa terra, quando pode cantar, cantar de dor. Whoa! One more time. Okay, I'm not good into this, okay? I'm not too much conventional, okay? I'm sorry. Yes, I do have a big problem when I was at the university because they have the whole thing about to be sit down and da. And it was very hard for me. You know, because I'm going to be talking a little bit about that. I came from the ancestral knowledge, ancestral teaching. I did not start my life as an academic. I started my life as a capoeirista. I became academic by necessity. The necessity of put my voice out, and the voice of one who could not speak. As a capoeira master, when I was young, I used to go to do performances. But always before my performances, someone who did not practice capoeira came and talked about me. And that made me feel uncomfortable because I would like me be talk about me and not somebody else talk about me and they think about me. And that was my first challenge because when I started capoeira, I left the school because I wanted to practice capoeira. But after I discovered I need to come back to school to be talking about capoeira. And the second, because in Brazil during this time, people was trying to make capoeira as a sport And they wanted to make a law on only people who have a degree on physical education could be teaching capoeira. Yes. And that's one of the things what drove me crazy, because I say, no. There's some old master who could not go to school, some old master who could not read or write. How's it going to be for them? And they decided to do physical education to prove to be a capoeira master, you don't need to have a physical education. It's a contradiction. But that's what I did. And that's why I got my first degree. You know, and it was necessity. And after I decided to, when I was here in Washington, D.C., I went to do sociology and anthropology. That's what I wanted to understand more, what the people was talking about us. And but to tell you, like, always, that's what I'm going to be talking about, the Kalunga line. Always I was making my ginga on the Kalunga line. When I say make my ginga on the Kalunga line is to be able to have my balance between the world of the ancestors, the teaching, and the world of the academic on the university. And the ginga, for that who don't know, is this step what we're doing, what our balance is on unbalance. It's like me, when I put my leg here, I'm unbalanced. When I do here, I'm unbalanced. And I keep doing this, but that's what's making my balance. If I stop, it's like a bicycle. I need to keep my balance always on my moving. And that's what I try to do until today. You know, when I'm in my community, I try to be the best I can, not to be academic, for them to understand what I'm talking about. But when I'm in the academic, I try to be a little bit academic, but I don't want to lose myself on the academic world. To keep this balance has been the more challenging thing I have been doing under my last 20 years. Okay. The first one. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. First thing I wanted to tell you, everything what I'm gonna be talking today was not invented by me. That was the teaching I receiving from one the person who maybe most of you have known, was Fukiao Buseke. And the Dr. Fukiao was a person who I have the opportunity by Ken Dosa and Daniel Dosa and Hobbs Fresh Trumps to invite me. And I invited him so many times to my school to be doing lecture. And I have opportunity to bring him to Brazil, while he's dreaming to go to Brazil. And I have opportunity to bring him there for him to see the Bantu culture alive there in Brazil. Okay. And the basic what I'm going to be talking is a lot what he's teaching, all right? And the other person is, most of you probably don't know, but one person very important is a thinker in Brazil who in the last 10 years made the big difference in the way people thought about community and ancestrality. His name is Nego Bispo. I don't know if people heard about, but Nego Bispo have been one important intellectual, not academic intellectual. Okay? Because him only made elementary school. But when you read his book, it's incredible. Okay? Okay, what I'm going to be talking is about one group of the people who most of us talking about, but you know very little about them. It's the Bantu people. And if you don't know, this group was one who made a big influence on the Brazilian culture. But most of you, when talk, you don't talk about them. You talk about the Yoruba group, about the Nago group. But they came first. In the 1600s, they was already there, bought by the Portuguese. The Yoruba only got there on the 17th century. Almost 200 years. And why people know more about the Yoruba? Because of the religion. But they forgot one thing. The Bantus, they did have their religion there too. But the Yoruba covered up, and the people could not see deep inside. When I talk about, if I say Orisha, most of you know what. But if I say Nkisi, most of people like, what? If I say Ogum, everybody knows. If I say Nkosi, you know. If I say Obatala, Lemba. It's just to say how deep is Bantu culture. Where they came from? They came from this area. We need to think Africa. That's one of the big mistakes we do. We need to think Africa before colonization. Because today everybody say Angola, Mozambique, Congo. That is a division they did. Africa is not that. Africa is a different group, different ethnic. And sometimes the border was cut and put one group this side, but the same group was divided by the line made by the European. Ancient anthropologists and linguists divide African, Bantu, and Sudanese. Willie Brazilian story textbook often suggests the name Bantu to designate a race from South Africa. Define race as a natural group of people who have in common own hereditary characteristics, and one of the dangerous race as a group that have in common only cultural and civilization characteristics, such as language. Why? Because today, when you say Bantu in Brazil, they don't say it's only the language. They say the whole group. And they include the culture, the way of living, and everything. But the first designation of a Bantu was just a language. And what he was doing, he was trying to make composes just to look like the European language. You know the Latin? What's the language that came from the Latin? Each one came from the Latin. Espanhol, French, Italian, Roman. Okay. That is how Latin and they call us Latino. They are Latin. too. Because all this language came from the Latin. And they try to make the same thing with the African language. They put all together and said that's Bantu language. The spelling with Bantu is a term variable in both gender and number, correspond to the official spelling of the national language in Angola. It's a plural of Muntu, which means person in Kikongo. You know? The word Bantu appeared on the first time in the comparative grammar of South African language. And this guy, Bricker, he was one who made this comparative study of the Bantu. And from there, people started to call all this group as a Bantu group, or Bantu people. But what this word mean? And that's the more important for me. Bantu say Muntu, Munu, Nintu, to refer to a human person. And if you ask me, who are you? I may say, I'm a Nintu. I'm a human. Who are us? We are Bantu. Why? The plural of Muntu is Bantu. Bantu is the plural of Muntu, which means man. It's the term that linguists have chosen as the base for designating the people who speak this language and any of its variants. Bantu language are spoken to East, Central, and South Africa. But you understand, usually in Brazil, people's gonna say Bantu people. But Bantus mean people already. Povo Bantu. It's the same thing as says people, people. It's just a plural. Why? Because the Bantu is the plural of Muntu. Because in the Bantu language, names are always preceded by prefix that distinguish, for example, the individual. Mun, mun, min, ki, chi, nin, ka, mushi, mukua. The ethnic group to which belong, ba, wa, ova. The land what they occupy, and from which he originates, bu, usi. Always is different from the Portuguese. When you wanted to put a word on the plural, you put a S on the end. Bantu, they put a prefix. As me. The way I individual, ni Congo. Ni Congo mean came from the Congo. Belong to the Ba Congo. As me. Ba. It's plural. People and they speak the Kikongo language. As mean Ki as the language of the Congo. You know? And if the simple word is Nintu, if I put Ba, it's going to be Bantu. And Nintu is me, one person, me. Bantu, us. And that's what came from the word Bantu. The Bantu, they influenced the whole diaspora. If you wanted to know more about that, you need to read the book of Robert Flesh Flesh of Spirit. They is going to talk you the whole influence of the Bantu here in United States. What the people don't talk too much about. Even the church, they have a lot of influence of the Bantu songs and the way they sing. Yesterday we were singing the call and the response, you know, that have a lot of influence. Oh, come on. Now we can go. Mhm. And maybe yesterday I was asking people who was learning Portuguese. How many people is learning Portuguese now? Put your hand up. Let me see. How many words you know from there? Mamona, sotaque, fubá, quitanda, samba, quindim, cutucar. Do anybody know this word? Cutucar. O cutuco no cutuco, o cutuco no cutuco. Cutucar, cutucar means you do like this. You do like this to someone, you know? Cutucar. Quitanda is one word what you use in Portuguese. It's like a place where a vendor, you know, when you're selling things. It's a quitanda. Fofoca. Have you heard this word? Fofoca. Gossip. It's exactly that. Fofoca. You know. Quiabo. You know what quiabo means? Quiabo? Probably you have eaten that okra. Yes. You know okra came from Africa? Yes. Gumbo. Mamona, ginga, marimbondo. Don't know marimbondo. Who know what's marimbondo? It's a vespa. A vespa. Huh? Yes. Okay. Marimbondo. Cachimbo. Pipe. Okay. But the more important, the Bantu, there's one thing what's for me is very important. It's the way they see the world. The way we see the world is a very European. Unfortunately, for modern we study, but we still studying the European thinker. Okay? And no matter how much we try, still everything around us made us to think different. Why I say that? Because we have many way of to see and feel the world. But the way we do is Eurocentric, monotheist, Christian, patriarchal. That's it. Why? Because that's the way you learn on the school, on the university, everywhere. My question is, that's the only way of to see this world what you are living, or there's a different way? The indigenous people see the world the same way we see, or they see different? If I ask you right now, what color is the corn? What you gonna tell me? What's the color is the corn? Very simple. Yellow. How many of you agree with that? Corn is yellow. Oh, someone told me something differently. Who have you seen blue? Blue corn? It's true? But I don't see that in the store. Black one? No, no, it's not possible. Black corn? Who have you seen black corn? A few people, that's not count. You see, most of us know only one side. I like to make this question because I'm a farmer. And when I do lecture, it's good. I don't board here because I cannot bring seeds. But when I have my lecture, I ask you what the color is. And the people are going to say yellow, of course. And I show all this color, blue, red, black, white. And the people are going to be like, and some people, it's looking like a joke, but it's not. Some people take this and they try to see if it's not painting. They cannot believe in. They are seeing, but they don't believe. They wanted to see if I did not painted it. Why? It's because that's how the world shows to us. That's how our world division. If you only see yellow, you think the yellow is the only one. What is this? But the people who have seen different color, they're going to say, no, I'm sorry. And that's what the big fight what I have in the school. Because when the teaching is doing things for the kids to painting, if the kid paint a corn black, the teacher is going to say, it's wrong. Look, you want to say for one kid, that color for corn is wrong. I don't think that's a good way of teaching. But that's probably happening here, because I know happening in Brazil. Yeah, I have a discussion about that. Because the kid painting from other color, that's not mean that color of corn don't exist. It just mean you as a teacher don't know. It's your fault. Because your knowledge is small. Land of living, land of death. What? Sorry, I got distracted. It's okay, it's okay. I rush. Don't worry. Sorry. Anyway, the Bantus, they see the world in two ways. They see the world as the world of the living and the world of the dead. But there's a line who divided this world. Do anybody know this word, Kalunga? What do you mean Kalunga for you? Very quick, because I don't have too much time. It's your fault. You take too long to answer my question. It's your fault, okay? What's Kalunga mean?
It's a symbolic line of water
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. What's more Kalunga for you? Kalunga. Right. Okay, but some people is gonna say Kalunga is the ocean. Kalunga is the cemetery. Why? Because there were living the ancestors live there. That's what Kalunga is. It's like a small Kalunga, big Kalunga. Big Kalunga is the ocean. What is on the world of the living? You know, is physical world, knowledge, right, line, material, make a mistake, form, rupture. But the knowledge on the ancestral world, that's different. It's a spiritual, tradition, knowledge, oral, no line, ancestrality, secret, ritual continuity. That was a part of my PhD because I was trying to show them it's like I live on this world, on this knowledge, and I'm trying to learn the academic one. Kalunga line is the line that separates and unites the two worlds. No, Bega line was conflicts inevitable. We have discovered that the solution to the problem lie on the border. In other words, where a different environment or element meet. Because I work with permaculture, they're gonna say there's a line between the river and the land. The land, you know, and this part with the water and land is a very, very fertile. If you know Nile River was responsible for the civilization of the Egypt. Why? Because during the time when it flowed and when it finished, all this area become very fertile. And that's mean conflict. It's not always bad. I don't say fight. Conflict and fight is a two different thing. Conflict is a challenge. When finish, something better can come up. The example is the mangrove where the sea and the land meet on the bank of the river and the edge of a forest in large valley. Why? Because that's more fertile place. And when I say the Kalunga line, this line where the two worlds meet, that's a very fertile. When you get close to ancestrality, that's when you grow up. No? Well, very quick. Party is one. Push. Pode passar, pode passar. That's what the presentation I do, where I say past, present, future. But that's the way of think. Yesterday I was talking, I wanted to finish with that, about ancestrality. And on ancestrality, we don't have beginning, middle, and end. No. It's a beginning, middle, beginning. And we was talking with the grandma. I say, she's a beginner. you know, her daughter is the middle, and the whole granddaughter is the end? No. It's the beginning of a new ancestrality. Because when you look at the ancestrality, they don't end. They just continue. That's what you were talking like, who's older, the tree or the seed? The seed. Why? Because the seed carry out the ancestrality inside to keep it going, you know. Begin. Go. Oh no, come back. Beginning. Well, I think, but anyway, that's the cosmogram from Foucault, and that's just to show you, you know, how the Bakongo think about the world, you know, conception, what you people call birthday. For some cultures, it's not birthday, because your birthday starts before you show up. That's me. Most of you here is 6, 7, 8, or 9 months older than what you say. Okay, I say that's no. Some people don't like that, but you're older than that. Okay. Why? Because for the Bakongo, you start on the conception. And that's why when you're born, they show you to the community. It's mean. Now you can see the new member who came. Why? Because they was already here, but nobody could see. And now you can see. That's on Lion King, the movie. You remember the show? That's a representation of that, you know. And just for finish, because I really don't have time, but we'll talk about that after. I talk about ancestrality, and I'm going to just leave a question for you. You don't need to answer me. But when you are here, you know, and you pass from the first phase of aparecimento to crescimento. Crescimento is when you grow up. There is the middle of the day, is when you are ready to show for your community who you are. But do you see this line, the Lema line? That's the line of spirituality. That means when you need to have a connection with your ancestrality. After that, what you need to do is pass all your knowledge for the new generation. You see you here, and now you're going to teach the other one. Why you need to do that? Because the Bakongo, they believe you have two ways. You can die, or you can become ancestor. What's the difference between to die and to become ancestor? Answer me. What's the difference? It's exactly. If nobody remember you, you die. Have you seen one movie? It's a Mexican movie. What is? Coco, a vida yes. You remember there is one skeletal, you know, people don't remember him anymore, and he started to die, he's little, and one day people come back, what's happening? They disappear. Why? Because nobody remembers them anymore. And that's make the difference between you to be ancestor and to be a dead person. And for finish, I leave this question. How you want to be remembered? The best one. The best one. What are you doing right now for to be remembered? Because I would like to be remembered many different ways. But what are you doing today for to be remembered? Thank you. I'm not too much discipline.
Thank you. Obrigada. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour tout le monde. In Haitian culture, it is ritually and socially customary to begin with the principle of honneur or honor. Therefore, I start with honneur and hope to leave with your respect. My name is Mambo Alexandra Saint-Élien, and my paper titled is Mseto, Haitian Women's Spiritual Power and the Everyday Sacred Practices of Refusal. To commence, I give thanks to Olowum for this breath of life, to my ancestors known and unknown, to my earthly mothers, and to my ancestral lands of Gonaïve, Dedine, Plasac, and Haiti. I must also acknowledge my spiritual community of La Cubajo and my sister Kiara Laurent. Thank you so much for making this work spiritually and creatively possible. And I also thank Taller Puertorriqueño for inviting me to give this presentation. Naming is an essential discursive practice in Black women's scholarship. I too follow in those footsteps. Thus, this presentation is first an ode to the divine feminine energies of Haitian Vodou, Maîtresse Ezeli Danton, to whom we refer to as Madame Limba, and Gonaïve, Mamboïna Kaya Congo, Veuve Congo, and lastly, Maîtresse Ezeli Freda. Upon learning this year's Arturo Schomburg Symposium's theme, We Will Not Hide, Spirituality as Resistance and Resilience, I was immediately reminded of the embodied experiences of countless Haitian women, both known and unknown, who have used Vodou as an insurgent religion to disrupt colonial and neo-colonial logics and to defend uniquely Africana ways of living and relating to one another and the land. Through Vodou, both historically and contemporarily, Haitian women specifically and Black women more generally have been central to imagining and creating fugitive spaces filled with possibilities for reclamation and transformation. In other words, Black women's liberation is part of the answer to our world-making project, the ongoing spiritual and political labor of imagining alternative futures beyond colonial violence. If Haitian Vodou is a religion of resistance and revolution, Haitian women are thus the catalyst of revolution. Here stands a painting by Ulique Jean-Pierre of Marie-Jeanne, a captain in Jean-Jacques Dessalines' Armée Indigène, or the Indigenous Army. At the center of the composition sits Marie-Jeanne on a horse in motion.
portrayed not in the male soldier's uniform that is often assigned to her, but in a manner that embraces her femininity. Her physical presence is sturdy, and it becomes a text for us to read. Her fearless eyes and muscular, capable arms, which ground her in the reality of physical combat, speaks to the viewers and invite conversation about power, agency, and authority within feminine spaces. By depicting her gripping a sword, the primary instrument of her legendary defense at the Battle of Crête-à-Pirogue in 1802, we visually witness her refusal to be merely a passive bystander in the struggle for Haitian independence. Jean-Marine, fierce stance and metal weaponry, immediately invokes Grand Alou Mondia, held as the patron loi or spirit of Empereur Jean-Jacques Dessalines and the matriarch of the family of spirits of Nago, who governed war, technology, and justice. The vibrant palette and unapologetically feminine styling of her portrait serves a specific political purpose. In a historical canon that erases or diminishes women's role in the Haitian Revolution, Jean-Pierre uses this brush to restore Jean-Marie to a position of high honor. He frames her as a founding mother of the first Black Republic, in casting her in an image of light that is both regal and revolutionary. And as a Haitian-born scholar, a woman, a daughter, a sister, and a priestess, it is my spiritual and political duty to center Haitian women in my analysis and my theoretization. And as many Black scholars have long argued, taking seriously the lived experiences of Black women will indeed alter what we know and how we have come to know it. Therefore, this paper is also an ode, a sacred offering, and a prayer to Haitian women in Haiti and its diasporas, because their lived experiences are criterions for meaning. Haitian women's everyday practices of refusal and resistance are rooted in the long and often overlooked, suppressed, and silenced histories of femmes rebelles, rebel women, who fought against racial slavery and colonial oppression. The politics of erasure that surrounds Haitian women, both in academic and non-academic spaces, is not incidental. Thus, naming becomes a strategy, a counter-discourse to hegemonic intellectual canons and constructions. Remaining at the generative roadmaps of gender and religion, this paper would broadly examine Haitian women's spiritual power and everyday spiritual practices of resistance, with a particular emphasis on my native town of Gonaïves, Haiti. I will situate this paper within the rich scholarship of Black studies scholars who argue that to better understand the interiority and subjectivities of Black women, we must analyze the quotidian, the everyday, the ordinary, and the mundane, rather than the spectacular or the spectacle, in order to move beyond hyper-masculinist renderings. Utilizing the quotidian as a Black feminist praxis, we locate Black women front and center of the subtle, of the repetitive, and the intimate moments of daily existence. And then we will tend to immerse ourselves in the ritual landscapes of Gonaïves' northern Vodou lineages, and by bringing these soundscapes to the forefront, I argue that Vodou's verbal arts, which are our proverbs, our ritual songs, are resonant textures of our lives that have been collectively remembered, circulated, and embodied in daily life. And I will also emphasize the role of Vodou priestesses who deploy Vodou epistemologies, their way of relating and of sensing the world in their quotidian lives, to transform the ordinary home into a site of radical resistance and possibilities through healing and justice-seeking consultations. Consequently, I do so to name, to document, and to celebrate Haitian women's immense contributions, while also discursively attending to how Western scholarship and even my own Haitian culture can produce and reproduce dehumanistic depictions of Haitian women whose sufferings are vital and necessary to the transformation of social change of Haiti. Ultimately, I demonstrate that Haitian women are imbued with and empowered by Haitian Vodou and its pantheon of divine feminine energies, which enable them to resist to refuse, and to create meaning in contemporary context. Madame Lemba is a femme dévotion, a woman of devotion. She is reine des reines, the queen of queens, a priestess warrior, a cosmic mother, a protector, and a justice seeker, as demonstrated by this popular Vodou northern song.
Maman enfants yo crié m'a consolé. Innocent au bon aïe, moi innocent, elle est bon aïe. Côté madame Lemba yo crié m'a consolé.
As the embodiment of righteous rage and courage combine, Madame Lemba offers Haitian women another lens through which to express their anger and discontent, wherein anger is not disguised, but it is held, it is felt, and even materialized. Daughters of Ezeli Danton know the burning heat of rage, yet understand that this too can be spiritually transcended. Danton is the blazing courage when courage feels impossible. A primarily feminine energy, Madame Lemba represents women's empowerment and militaristic might, and her devotees turn to her in times of need, where she forever consoles them and wipes away their tears. She bestows upon devotees strategies for survival and repair, and through ritual mounting, she often appears in Vodou ceremonies and ritual celebrations and tears, for she immensely feels the pain and the affliction of her children. Danton is not afraid to stare back at the world with l'eau nagée, water in her eyes. And it is this uncompromising feminine complexity that draws women Vodouvi, devotees, into her divine arms. Haitian women find strength in a divinity who mirrors their womanhood and affective lives. Madame Lemba exemplifies a distinctively Haitian woman's anti-colonial world-making politics that combines insurgent and spiritual knowledge or connaissance, revolutionary motherness, as generatively theorized by Africana religious studies scholar Diane Stewart, as not simply a biological category, but an effective practice that is in relation with the land and its flora and fauna, and most importantly, an ethos that Black liberation and sovereignty must be sustained through struggled and principled fights. For instance, in Vodou oral accounts and popular Haitian imagination, Madame Lemba is identified as the mother of the Haitian Revolution for her undeniable role in the Haitian Revolution's success. It is clear that the success of the Haitian Revolution is in part due to the ingenuity, the resourcefulness, and the flexibility of women and divine feminine energies. Madame Lemba's fierceness on the battlefield resembles that of other African Atlantic women who routinely fought and served on the front lines of war, as exemplified by the notorious Agodjie of Dahomey, a militaristic all-woman military regiment back in the 17th century. Thereby, it is important to understand that Haitian women were engaging in an act of remembering, a process of sankofa. Their contribution was not new nor radical, for all women have always been key historical actors. Irregardless of the facts or the contestations of the Haitian Revolution as an unthinkable event or history, it invites us to read, to listen and to think differently in hopes of finding new narratives, genealogies, and possibilities of new entry points into inquiring about how Haitian women were and are instrumental in Haiti's political and spiritual sovereignty, a legacy that traces back to the women warriors all throughout African Atlantic world. In sum, Madelemba's characteristics and temperament closely depicts the repertoire of Haitian women's resistance and refusal, illuminating that if Haitian Vodou is an understanding of the world, women and feminine energy are its architects. If Madelemba is the blaze of righteous courage and fire, then Mamboina is the cool basin into which the fire must be lowered. Where Dantor embodies heat, Mama Ina embodies depth. She is composure, water, undulation, and the knowledge that sustain life after the sword is set down. In priestly clean white fabrics, devotees of Mamboina and other Congolois wear their finest ceremonial attires and assemble at La Koussoukri, which is a royal Congo-derived spiritual compound in Gonaïve, yearly on the night of August 14th for Ceremony Kafu, which is also in conversation with August 14th, the day of Ceremony Bwakaima that began the Haitian Revolution. And this Ceremony Kafu is a ritual that opens up passage for Ceremony Mabo Ina that will take place in the inner chamber in the morning. Mabo Ina provided the physical and ritual space for the ceremony of Bwakaima to take place. Hence, she is venerated at these sites linked to the Haitian Revolution. As shown here, the Congo spirits arrive in ceremony, ritually kneeling before the couvert, the ground altar of food offerings, and leading this division of Congo spirits is Mamboina, Kaya Congo, Vev Congo, the deified queen of Congo, whom we possibly think is Queen Nzinga Vondogo in Matamba, and she is also the mother of all 101 Congo spirits. Historically speaking, military flag were emblems of authority, of legitimacy, and power. Thus, it is no doubt as to the reason why her first ceremonial song is of her asking for her drapeau, a ritual flag. Affectionately known as Maîtresse d'Agoué by her devotees, as she is represented by the couleuvre, the snake d'Agoué, she may appear in ritual spaces slithering on the sacred ground. These descriptions are also best highlighted by one of her most well-known Vodou songs.
Ma bonancio, coulev mare, mare le coulevo, dans les temps coulev mare d'agwe.
Similar to Madalemba, Mama Ina is yet another sacred feminine archetype that Haitian women draw on to navigate life without being confined by Western notions of what Black womanhood ought to look like, especially when one considers the widespread media characterization of Black women who are often portrayed as loud, angry, and uneducated, and hypersexual. As Vodou scholars have insightfully identified, Vodou's feminine spirits, such as Maîtresse d'Agoué, are mirrors and maps to understanding Haitian women's social, cultural, and religious realities in Haiti and its many diasporas. Invoking an aesthetic of the cool, Maîtresse d'Agoué is both literally and figuratively the unperturbed waters that hold immense sacred knowledge and a healing and a cleansing home for devotees. Throughout the Gonaïve region, sacred compounds often contain natural or human-made bassins, which are ritual basins that are consecrated, imbued with living, sustaining offerings, and protected as a site for ritually venerating Maîtresse d'Agoué, along with her escort, which is our collective of spirits who share similar temperaments. Devotees from various regions of Haiti and the diaspora travel to Lac Soukri as part of a series of spiritual pilgrimages to experience the healing powers in the waters of Bassin Maboina. This is the sacred bassin. And her primordial form as an undulating snake whose ritual resting sites are usually watery, Maîtresse Dagwe teaches Haitian women the importance of remaining balanced, cool, and composed so they can spring into action. She balances virtuous rage with water as an elemental power in similar ways to Maîtresse Ezili Freda, to which I now turn my attention to. With her cascading strengths and capabilities, Ezili Freda undulates and curls deep inside every Haitian woman. She is the sweet breeze on a Sunday evening and the embodiment of abundance, wealth, and prosperity, which taken together is conceptualized as chance. Hence, one of her sacred and endearing name is Femme Chance. Maîtresse Freda is equally a taureau, as she is beautiful and regal. She divinely guides the collective of Dahomey spirits, such as Clemezine Clemei, Aida Wedo, and Reine Queen d'Ovo, through the energies of water, chasse, and fire, grenadier. In Haitian society, the notion of femme saceto refers to a powerful woman who is assertive and authoritative and who uses her power to pursue her divine political and economic missions. In similar ways that Haitian feminist scholars have rightfully critiqued even the concept of femme sace potomitan, women are the pillars of Haitian society, we can also analyze how this nomenclature commemorates a certain kind of performance of Haitian womanhood, one that often dissolves Haitian state powers and structures for responsibilities for how they inscribe, perpetuate, and execute violence and patriarchy. This also relies on and encourages Haitian women's silences. While foregrounding the lived experiences with the intimate landscapes of Vodou ceremonies and dances and Gonaïve, I am choosing to embrace this form of Haitian verbal art, femme saceto, because it does not foreclose the multiple manifestations of gender inequality. So in other words, we can empower Haitian women, recognize their contributions and organizing efforts, and emphasize the gender inequality they continuously face. In that vein, theorizing from where I am and who I am, Maîtresse Freda Seto, the ultimate to, as her ritual song beautifully illuminates. Because of her softness, her power is felt. It sends shivers down the body. Maîtresse Ezili Freda is indeed Haitian women's femme chance, a woman who brings others closer to their destinies and paths so that blessings, sacred luck, and abundance flow. And in popular discourse and media, Vodou on platforms such as Facebook and TikTok Maîtresse Ezili Freda is often flattened into a distant, light-skinned, rich, and superficial divinity who is often pitted against Madeleine Bat, who is always portrayed as a black, dark-skinned, hardworking, and cosmic maternal figure. Such bifurcation and dramatic contrasting of these two spirits reproduces a kind of violence that favors and privileges whiteness as the ideal standard of femininity and womanhood. To fully grasp the power of Ezili Freda, we need a more historicized, comprehensive, politicized, holistic understanding of gender, femininity, and womanhood within Vodou and Haitian contexts that accounts for the histories of colonialism and its subsequent evolutions or its afterlives. This nuancing allows us to move beyond shallow stereotype of Haitian women' divine feminine beauty. For Haitian women devotees, Maîtresse Freda is deeply complex, a mystère or mystery. At once, she epitomizes inner strength and self-love guided by willful action, discipline, and commitment. It is for this reason that Maîtresse Freda, like many other aquatic dwelling spirits, uses the miwa, a mirror, as emblematic ritual implements. The miwa reflects and deflects, creating opportunities for deep personal introspections, passage, and in communication with Ambadlo, the watery ancestral realm, or we can also say the Kalunga. Maîtresse Ezeli Freda brings forth her sweetness and powerful waters as a source of life, protection, liturgical novelties, and inspiration for devotees. With Haiti's considerable rivers, waterfalls, springs, and bassins, the waters of Tessie, Mother of the Earth, are restorative and transformative.
Ezili menedlo, ezili menedlo, mape mute akayamwe. Ezili menedlo, ezili menedlo, mape mute akayamwe.
Ultimately, Haitian Vodou's divine three, Ezeli Dantor, Mamboina, and Ezi Freda represents the multifaceted and complex positions of women within Haitian society and its diasporas. They embody diverse aspects of femininity and womanhood, from righteous rage and fierce independence to divine creation and nurturing love that stabilizes and transforms. Through spiritual, emotional, and practical support to navigate life, Haitian women are divinely authorized to identify with different aspects of these divinities in their own lives. Haitian women's articulation and performance of gender are deeply intertwined with the frameworks they delineate from Vodou's divine three. These sacred warriors, strategists, mothers, priestesses, healers, protectors, entrepreneurs, and lovers, amongst many other roles, are the cosmic breath and vital force in a woman's lungs, guiding her to a home, to a strength that never breaks. In the face of centuries of systematic violence and erasure, ranging from racialized chattel slavery to contemporary neocolonialism and patriarchal violence, Haitian women have deployed Vodou epistemologies not merely as religious cosmological beliefs, but as spiritual praxis for imagining and enacting a new world, or a new relational world outside of the confines of colonial imaginations. By weaving Vodou's ways of sensing and of relating into their quotidian lives, Vodou priestesses, or the Mabo, transforms ordinary spaces into sites of radical resistance and possibilities, countering structural systems through spiritual labor, communal healing, and embodiment of divine feminine archetype. Vodou priestesses and Haitian women embody a communal Africana ethics of care. For instance, in the absence of functional local and state infrastructures, which is also a critique of US imperialism and US occupation, which Haiti went under to US occupation, a Mambo's home, and by extension, her sobaji, the sacred working space where rituals and ceremonies are conducted, often becomes a clinic and a site for sacred counsel. In Haiti, and especially in rural regions, access to medical clinics and hospitals is often either geographically inaccessible or financially prohibitive. Transforming her home into a site of healing, a Mambo draws on her deep knowledge, connaissance ak sagesse, of medicinal plants, roots, herbs, and other sacred plants to treat ailments and disorders or dis-ease. For example, when a woman arrives at a Mambo's home with her heavy heart, kelu, or a body racked by the heat of stress, kosho, she is not met with a detached diagnosis. Instead, the Mambo engages in a diagnostic process through divinatory methods such as batkat, which are playing cards, and chandelle, which is a candle-based divination system, which relies on spirit visitations through ritual mountings. In conversations with the client, these steps recognize the person as a whole being, one whose health is linked to her relationship with her ancestors and her communities. Unlike a Cartesian Western model, the body, along with the spiritual and the mental, is considered triadically on equal terms. In this way, Africana healing sacred traditions and the ritual steps foreground cosmic balance and imbalances. Priestesses transform healing work that alters the state and the conditions of her client. For instance, in rural regions of Gonaïve, Mambo prescribes herbal and sacred baths for issues such as infertility, amongst a host of other problems. These healing baths and traditional medicines are not merely physical cleansing, but ritual resets meant to purify the energies and dissolve adverse conditions of harmonizing the person with their spirits and their ancestors, for illness is often a physical manifestation of spiritual sickness or esprit pas bien, your spirit is not well. Thereby, a Mambo may align her client's womb wellness with the divine feminine energies of Madame Lemba, for she is married to Lemba Zao, who is a Congo spirit of healing, potency, quote-unquote magic, and just have a great immense knowledge of herbs, and Mamboina, our maîtresse d'agüe. Furthermore, these baths are often use specific ingredients such as basil leaf, feuille basilic, and Florida water, Glo Florida, in their compositions. A Mambo has extensive knowledge of alchemical compositions, combining hot and cold energies, calculating accurate dosage, and testing efficacy through divination to promote holistic wellness. Beyond baths, a Mambo composes healing bundles, which we can call nkisi, or paquet Congo, medicine bottles, bouteille feuille. These bouteille feuille here is a complex mixture of roots, of leaves, and sacred healing ingredients, often containing clairin or babankou, Haitian distilled rum, and divin wine, my absolutely favorite, meticulously prepared to address the physical and spiritual blockages. While these are not an exhaustive list of the healing work Mumbles engage in, but they demonstrate how they are transforming community care and providing first aids in regions where women face structural barriers to health problems. A Mumbo's home ought to be understood as a counter space that centers women and their livelihoods and the issues that pertain to their daily existence. Vodou's divine three are not merely beautiful, divine spiritual energies. They are justice seekers and protectors of their children, petit or chovio, and wives. Mambo, through their roles as guardians of balance and restoration, embody these divine principles to provide an outlet for women seeking restitution and repair, and a place to resolve domestic problems, neighborly disputes, relationship issues, and daily challenges that require specialized attention. Within the walls of a sobaji, a place often adorned with beautiful and Catholic iconographies, which is also a testament to the blending of Haitian Vodou and Catholic traditions and also subsequent colonization, and veve, which are the sacred Vodou symbols, a graphic writing system. A woman's storied life is held and discussed with the Vodou spirits or the Mambo herself, depending on how she conducts divination, as some priestesses do not conduct divination through ritual mountings, a method a devotee's term as travail j'éclair, working with clear, open eyes. The Mambo's role is to manage the spiritual temperature of the issue, cooling the heat through conflict resolution methods that differ sharply from Western approaches. For instance, a woman with a family dispute may be prescribed honey or other siwo, syrups, and water to ease tension and sweeten the chalet heat emanating from one's tongue, the spirit, and the body. Matters pertaining to relationship problems fall within the domain of Ezili Freda. Therefore, solution methods that invoke her powers and principles are prioritized. Rooted in the belief that the care of one woman is essential to the survival of the collective community, a Mambo mediates through the spirit's wisdom. Her work bypasses the bureaucratic violence of Haitian court systems that are often, again, expensive and accessible to most Haitian women living on the periphery, similar to the clinic and the health centers. The structures are also inadequate and inappropriate for addressing the daily needs of Haitian women. Justice work performed within the Soba is not punitive or carceral. It is a model for restorative justice rooted in balance, relational repair, and spiritual equilibrium, a justice that is also felt and lived and sensed and embodied. Haitian Vodou divine energies and Haitian women dance together, cry together, laugh together, love together, create together, and imagine possibilities that enact an alternative future for Haitian women specifically and all Black women more globally. These divinities bestow upon their femmes, their wives, a Vodou world sense of relating that cuts across time and space through embodiments, ritual practices, and daily acts. Ultimately, Haitian women demand to be seen in all their complexities, their multiplicities, thereby challenging monolithic narratives often imposed by neocolonial and Eurocentric gaze. This is one way to honor their role as central political and spiritual actors, healers, and justice keepers in the ongoing battle to transforming Haitian society. Haitian women are not a single note, but a symphony of Danto, Mamboina, and Freda. I begin with honneur, and I end with respect. I offer this to all women who keep balance, who cool heat, who heal the living, who feed the dead, who refuse disappearance. Danto's fire, Mamboina's cool waters, and Ezeli Freda's mirrored light are breathing revolution into the everyday lives of women. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos días. Okay. That's it. How do we do the... Press the button. Okay, perfect. Okay. So good morning, my name is Renee Gonzalez. I am an Ifa priest and Shango devotee, consecrated in Marianao, Cuba in 2011. I am Puerto Rican though, I'm not from Cuba. Previous to that, I had undergone the ceremony to become a sworn drummer in Añá, juramentado de Añá, in 2010. The story of how I got involved in this faith, the story of how I got involved in this faith is unusual, considering that both my parents and my extended family from Puerto Rico were raised Christians. My extended family were mostly devout Catholics on my father's side. On my mother's side, we had a sprinkling of Protestants, Methodists, Baptists, and some Catholics. There was no exposure to this faith in my early childhood, save a very rare occurrence when I was in my teenage years and I accompanied my father to a radio station in Puerto Rico. My father is a well-known musician from Puerto Rico and was promoting a series of concerts on the island at the time. And I remember that we had sat down waiting for our turn to be called into the studio, and there were these two people who were dressed completely in white with these very weird necklaces on. And the woman was a regular white Puerto Rican woman with a turban on. And I just found it so odd because in my upbringing in Puerto Rico and in the USA at the time, I had not had any exposure to persons who were practitioners of African traditional religions. I remember I asked my father about it because it was so weird, and he kind of made a dismissive tone comment. Esos son santeros. Those are santeros. And I didn't understand what the hell were santeros, nor did it intrigue me or motivate me to explore my faith anymore. So, in fact, my parents were both products of the 1970s political agitation in Puerto Rico. They were both relatively active members of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, and they were pro-independence. So, my father is this man over here. Me parezco exactamente a él. Yeah, I'm his clone, he says. And then this is my mother, Selma Berrio. So they were both musicians and singers and guitarists. This is my father over here and my mother when they were working together in Ráfaga, one of the groups there. Now, my father was a founding member of many of the most important Nueva Trova groups in Puerto Rico. My father remembers going to rehearsals with Andrés Jiménez when he had come out from his construction work, so his pants were all stained with cement. He wasn't the famous person that he is now. My father also worked as the musical director of the famous balladist Danny Rivera for many years and had at least 3 of the albums arranged by my father. As well, my father remembers working with Antonio Cabambale. We actually had a concert with him, the composer of Verde Luz and other important songs. And when Roy Brown had begun his career, my father, Jose, was there, particularly for the creation of probably his most important work, Distancias, which is an album that wedded the poetry of Don Juan Antonio Corregel with the Nueva Trova compositions of Roy Brown, Jose Gonzalez, and Miguel Cubanos. You can see there were the 3 artists involved in the project. Now, my mother, she was educated in psychology and later received a master's and doctoral degree from Smith College in social work. My mom grew to be very resistant to organized religions because of her experience in her family upbringing. It was a very strict Christian household from El Campo, countryside of Puerto Rico. But we'll get to her development later in life because it gets interesting. So I was born into a family of 2 intellectual leftist independentistas who generally had a view of the supernatural that could possibly better be described as agnostic. Both of my parents would tell me things like, tienes que rezarle a Papito Dios when I was a child, but there was no organized religious practice in the household. The person who had the organized religion aspect in the household was mi abuela, Maria, here in the middle. Then my grandmother from my father's side, she was a devout Catholic and would make me and my brother and I bend the knee next to bed and pray before we went to sleep. And I thought it all boring, to be honest with you. She would take me to Catholic misas and my brother and I would get antsy. And of course we get to the reprimand, shh, from abuela and from Titi Nolmi, who would go with us. But my mother in particular was worried about our religious upbringing and would complain to my father that she wasn't too hot on my grandparents taking me to Catholic Mass because we would get confused. And the reason for that is she wanted to raise us Baptists. So sometimes there was, things that were not the same between Baptist and Catholic. But we also went to a Baptist church, and I remember taking Bible classes. So funny enough, I learned a lot of biblical knowledge from that and never practiced it afterwards. But generally speaking, my parents were products of the times, of the 1980s. They were people who questioned. They were people who thought critically about organized religions and their inconsistencies. They thought more openly about spirituality and likely had met friends who were from other faiths. So my brother and I grew up in a household that didn't emphasize too greatly religious practice. It was there on the perimeter because of the extended family and because Puerto Rican society is largely Catholic. So whether you like it or not, you're going to get your heavy dose of Christianity. But there was no exposure to African faiths, and generally, if there was anything I learned from my parents, it wasn't to be fanatical or fundamentalist. It was to be more relaxed and open-minded about faith practice. This is an upbringing. This is why I make this whole hoopla about my life. This is an upbringing that contrasts greatly from a Cuban or a Venezuelan who may have lived his or her entire life in the religion. My experience was not like that. So when I get to my adolescent years, I began to search. My father had books about history and politics and biographies. My father inculcated in me a desire to know about history by making us watch National Geographic documentaries on TV. So we'd get a healthy dose of World War II history stuff because my father loved war history documentaries. I grew up reading about political leaders, Albizu Campos, later other revolutionary leaders from other countries, Ho Chi Minh, Mao Zedong, obviously Fidel, which unfortunately has been a disappointment because when I was young, I was idealistic and ignorant of the realities of the dictatorial nature of a lot of these regimes. I was aware that the USA had an imperial reality, which is true, and we're living in the most fascist period of USA history. So my view was colored greatly by what I perceived as the abuses of the USA with my nation, Puerto Rico. But it took some trips to Cuba to realize that the Leninist ideal wasn't the solution to the Latin American problems. That for another thing. I have a master's degree in political science, but today we're not here for that conversation. Okay? So, let's see. So, when I was in college, I was kind of a free-flowing, happy-go-lucky guy. My world at the time was music. I had been a professional musician practically all of my teenage years. I didn't like religious fanatics. Christian fundamentalist students would accost me entering the campus center at UMass, asking me if I had time for them to speak to me about my Savior, Jesus Christ. And I was like, nope, no thank you very much. And I literally would laugh at them. I was irreverent. I was non-caring about faith traditions, beyond the desire to understand the basic structures of people's worldviews. I was interested in culture and traditions, and in a tangential way, maybe some basic principles of their religion. I remember that when I was in college, when 9/11 happened, I was in the middle of my master's degree study, and that provoked an interest to study Islam and why the Muslims hated us. And I read the entire Quran and realized that the same God in the Bible was the same God in the Quran. And I couldn't understand why people were fighting against each other when they believed in the same God. These things didn't compute for me. So this is me, getting the graduation. So flash forward. I'm sorry, let me go back to the past one here. The one thing I did realize along those years is that I had an interest in the esoteric. Something about the magical nature of witchcraft or casting spells was intriguing to me. By the 7th grade, I had read the Tolkien books. So I was deep into that nerd, goblin, and elf stuff. I wonder why I didn't have a girlfriend until I was 19. But I remember there was a Haitian man that worked in one of the offices. And I didn't, really know anything about his practice, but he once intimated me some spiritual information. He took me aside and said, hey, I need to talk to you because you have an ancestor who wants to say this. And he was right. That was the first time I said, how does he know this, that type of stuff. So it was an Asian man. I've never seen him ever again. I've tried to track him down and I haven't been able to find him. So he was a Vodou practitioner, and I didn't really know anything about that beyond, unfortunately, and forgive me, images in my head of skulls and blood and weird dark rituals. But his messages from the other world intrigued me. That was the first time I was exposed to the idea that the world of the ancestors can speak to us, that it wasn't just a one-way street of prayers and not hearing them. Okay. Flash forward 10 years, and I'm playing regularly in a Latin jazz group in Hartford, Connecticut with a man named Victor Papo Sterling. Papo had been a member of the Tito Puente ensemble, and I traveled Europe with him. Papo was also one of the first Puerto Rican Homo Añá. Before Papo and two others, there had never been any Puerto Ricans who had been sworn to the drums, but I found that out a lot later. We were just musicians playing in the same group, and I was intrigued with learning Bata rhythms so I could apply them to my drum set playing. So I asked Papo to teach me, and he refused me nicely. Renecito, you're a drummer. Esa es tu línea. That's your mission. These rhythms, these are religious. This is more for religion. He didn't want to teach me, okay, because I was not in the faith. But I kept haranguing him. And after some time, Papo, who was a very cultured man, an educated man, he is a Freemason, a Rosa Cruz, a member of a large Spiritist family from Puerto Rico, and a practicing member of the Ifa Lukumi faith. His family is actually pretty well known. Those who know Awilda Sterling, the dancer, is his sister. And his mother, very famous for having written, I believe, one of the more famous cookbooks, de Puerto Rico. So the Sterlings are an extremely, very well-known family in Puerto Rico. So he decided to give me a chance. He told me, Renee, I'm going to give you a book. I want you to read it and tell me about it the next time we speak. So I handed him a book. He hands me a book by Allan Kardec, which has nothing to do with Ifa. But I think Papa was testing my interest in the spiritual world. He gave me The Gospel According to Spiritism, which to this day remains one of my favorite books because I consider it to be the most explanatory books available about the real messages of Jesus Christ and the gospel. If you read the Bible, it's all in parables and you have to interpret. But with the Allan Kardec book, you were getting the interpretation of what Jesus meant directly from the source, from the spirits themselves. That was a mind-blowing spiritual awakening for me. For the first time, the meaning behind Jesus' actions made complete sense because the explanations from the spirits were logical, not fanatical or fundamentalist. The next time we were on a trip to a gig to New York City, I spoke openly about the book's ideas and tenets, and Papa was impressed that I had simulated the material, so he offered to teach me the first 3 Añá rhythms. El Eguán, Ogún, y Ochosi, but nothing more. He said, hasta ahí porque tú no estás jurado. You're not initiated, etc. So he just taught me the first 3. That began my path toward Ifa. Within a year, I had done guerreros and Mano de Orumila ceremonies. In the Mano de Orumila, it was determined that I was a Shango devotee. No surprise there, considering that Shango is the owner of the drums and music. And that's what I was, a drummer and a musician. But also a path toward Ifa practice. My life sign determined in that ceremony indicated much ceremonial and Ifa work. And in fact, my Ifa sign is Obeate. Obeate is one of the, in my opinion, that's going to sound, self-beneficial. One of the best 10 signs of the 256 signs, highly associated with Ifa practice. Because it's in my sign that it talks about the priest converting Iyorosum, the sacred powder of the faith, into money and to working and worshiping the Orisha. So if there was a person that was more designed to be in this faith, it's me. And yet, I don't come from that background. It's interesting how even when you come from a different culture, practice has nothing to do with that. If your soul comes to this earth to do this work, it does not matter. It will find its way to its practice. And I've seen things that are weirder than that. But I'm giving you this background so you say, how the heck did that blanquito with that pava end up in this particular faith? You know, that's a question even my parents ask me. They still ask me about that. Okay, so enter the first trip to Cuba in 2011. I went 6 months afterward of the Mano de Orula to consecrate, and I was very excited about the trip. It was the first time after 20, 30 years of doing all that revolutionary reading. I was visiting La Revolución, this idyllic revolutionary society where Fidel had courageously established a society in rebeldia, in defiance. And then I met the reality. Broken down buildings, skinny people, people in drabby clothes, people with a very natural happiness and tropical personality, but also people who always seemed very resigned to their lot. When you ask them, you know, ¿y qué está pasando? Esta es la revolución. Aquí no cambia nada, mano. Esta es revolución. Everybody was just resigned to their lot. However, their religion was everything. I was completely immersed in the world of Ifa. I began to see things I had not seen before. Tablero de Ifa, polvo, animals being sacrificed, goats bleeding in the other room, drummers playing oro seco to the orishas, which we will, I don't know if we're going to hear that later today, but I thought we were going to hear the bata playing. And the conversations, though they were about secular issues, always had a seasoning of Ifa Orisha commentary. All conversations always included some mention of the spirits, the Orishas, and the religious lifestyle as being integral to the daily living life of the practitioner. So it wasn't something separate. This was their life. The political, the social, the sexual, the musical, the artistic, it was all wedded together with the religious. There wasn't something separate. And that's also very integral to African faiths in general and African cultures in general. So, given Cuba's poverty, most of them essentially only worked religion because they could make more money catering to us Yumas. That's the way they refer to us, the foreigners from the USA. Some of them were cordial and friendly and have remained friends for years. But that was my first hit of knowing that some people were also there for the money to be made in the ceremonies. And that is, unfortunately, that is a reality that we're seeing with African traditional religions all throughout. Whether we see it in Vodou and Benin and Togo and Ghana, I'm assuming maybe in Haiti as well is coming out with catering to Western initiates. And Cuba también. The religious tourism, unfortunately, has, made it difficult to strike that balance between authenticity and paying the cost that really do go after these ceremonies, doing them. But anyway, vamos a ver aquí. Where did I leave off? But thankfully so, I was not swindled. That happens as well. It does happen in my faith. But people were doing their job. I cannot claim that I had the best ceremonial experience. Like other santeros seem to claim, I became sick with the water of Cuba, which is poison to outsiders. I spent my 7 days of consagración as a babalao, essentially with horrible stomach issues. No more details to begin, but you can imagine. But the experience was interesting with a deep because when I underwent the ritual's 3 divination stages, all 3 divinations painted me as a person with a deep relevance as an Ifa priest, more than the music aspect that came out in the first sign, in the first divination, Mano de Orula. So, basically my mission on this earth was to work Ifa, and that's important. We'll get to that when we speak the issue of what's the purpose behind the ceremonies. But when you go through divination, you're supposed to find out what is your guide in this life. What are you supposed to be? Are you supposed to be an agricultural worker? Are you supposed to be a teacher? Are you supposed to be a healer, etc.? My Ifa work was to become my sign, a musician and a babalao. More than anything a babalao, more than the music side, which is interesting. And you only figure this out with this divination. And this, to talk about, this is me. Ali, are you here? Right. You are here. I know you're looking at me. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. This is these type of pictures are very rare. You will not find them because there's a very secretive tradition that I think comes from the reality that this religion was persecuted by the Spaniards and persecuted by the early Cuban Republic, and even the Communist Republic also persecuted. So people developed a tradition of secretismo, of hermetism with this religion, of not showing this. This is particularly common whether you go in Nigeria and they're doing an idoshu or a yoko ocha ceremony in Nigeria. It's common for them to show them in this type of clothing. You will not see this. Most people have never seen this picture, but I said, oh, you know what, I'll keep it for this audience. This is me consagrando en Chango when I was actually doing it. But that picture, I didn't know they were taking that picture of me. They took it there. And then this one is when I'm coming out to do the Ijorjes ceremony, coming out as an Ifa priest. This is my godfather, Eduardo Gonzalez, myself in Cuba. And this is the few days before the initiations. They sat me down to play, and they said, tu toca bata. So they sat me on the okonkolo, and I practiced with them, played a little. So here we go, continuing. Estos son bata drum, the ritual. I mean, this one in particular is an abericula, but this is basically the drums they use in the religion. Implements of the religion, Ifa divination tools, the okules that are used. This is common in Nigeria, common in Benin, Togo, Ghana. They have divination of this sort. Los Inquines, unfortunately, this is how it still looks, porque I did a sacrifice a long time ago, over 13 years ago, y así se quedó. It stayed like that. I never touched it again. And Los Inquines míos with their stuff. So these are some of the religious implements in my house. Old picture, very, very old picture. Okay, so my old also had a story about the shekere, the gourd-like percussion instrument that musicians use in guidos in the Afro-Cuban faith. And this story talked about a shekere that needed to perform a bo, or ritual offering, to be able to be known as a famous dancer. So naturally, if I was telling me that beyond being a babalao, I would also have a musical career. And voila, if I was not wrong, I have ended up being both an accomplished musician who has performed with many Grammy-winning artists and important figures of the Puerto Rican musical community. And also, I have grown to have the respect of my peers in the online Ifa community for my content on TikTok and YouTube, focusing on explaining this faith's tenets and theological positions from an academic, westernized perspective to facilitate its understanding by people that don't know anything about this particular faith. The difficulty a lot of times with this faith is that you either will find people who are very westernized, academic, and know how to talk and explain to an audience, but they don't know nothing about the faith, or they know it very tangential. And then you will know people who have gotten in the nitty-gritty and know how to run these ceremonies, but they have no vocabulary, no English speaking, and they don't know how to construct this. So it's rare to get this particular balance. And since I know that it's rare, I've made it my point to do that job, to be that conduit of information, and to explain things that might seem esoteric and difficult to understand, even scary to some audience, and demystify them and explain them how does this work. Okay? So now, with that preamble, let's talk Ifa. Santeria, or Ifa, the misunderstood faith. What is Ifa all about? Some would call Ifa a way of life. Others would call it a philosophy, a way of thinking. Others would call it a religion because it had a set of norms of conduct, religious ceremonies, or initiations, established deities, the orishas, ancestor worship, the spirits of our families and friends, and a conception of a creator, of an overarching God, which we call Olodumare. I would say it's all of this and more. Ifa for me is an explanation of the world, of the universe, of nature, of the energies that surround us, and the constant interplay between the human and the earth plane and the entities that live in Orun, the ancestral or heavenly plane of existence. The roots of Ifa, let me see. We'll leave that one for a second. The roots of Ifa are debated, though the simple explanation is that Ifa culture or worship stems mostly from the Yoruba people located in modern-day Nigeria. There are hot debates on the internet about this, regarding how much of what we have in Cuban Ifa is also a mixture of other ethnic groups from Benin, Togo, and Ghana. In addition, The geomantic system of divination located in Nigeria shares very clear parentage with an earlier form of Arabic divination named Realm. Over 26, and we've done this, I'm in the forefront of that debate because I've gotten a lot of heat from it and others as well. But we've been able to find at least 27 anthropologists who have written on this and have concluded that Yoruba Ifa divination is a derivative of Arabic realm divination. But I make the caveat. The Yoruba and the Fon people of Benin obviously expanded it and added their cultural, folkloric, and religious components to the divination structure. By 1518, there are Catholic writings in the Americas that detail African slaves from the Gulf of Benin performing divination in the Americas. And by 1830, the first Ifa priests began to arrive to Cuba. By 1880, Cuba was in the midst of its slavery emancipation, and unlike the other Latin American nations, Cuba's authorities allowed the newly freed Afro-Cubans to practice their faith practice within cabildos, or societies of mutual support. This was crucial for the protection and perpetuity of the faith. The practices, the ceremonies, the prayers, the chants, and everything about the Ifa Orisha faith were protected in those cabildos and later transmitted to the growing Santeria community. The protection was so well done that today there are legitimate debates with legitimate evidence that perhaps one of the oldest and most well-preserved variants of Ifa is the Lukumi, because unlike Nigeria and Benin, it did not suffer from a lack of a written language. They had Spanish. And the double cultural colonization of Muslims in 1500s to 1850 and British Christians from 1850 to 1960. The Cuban Ifa practice were protected and codified in Spanish in the cabildos of 1880. An important fact to note is that according to various anthropologists, most clearly J.Y.D. Peel in Nigeria, there was no organized overarching Ifa religion with Olodumare as the god and the Orishas as his angels or underlings below him. This has been discussed in the last 10 years. Funny enough, the first Ifa practice in the world to put together all the Orishas under the same roof and with Olodumare god on top was Cuban Lukumi Ifa. The necessity of bunching together in the context of slavery and post-slavery made it that disparate religious practices joined together under a similar theology. In Nigeria, prior to 1900 and possibly as late as 1960, the Orishas were deities worshipped separately in their own zones. So an Oshun practitioner would have nothing to do with a Shango practitioner. An Ogun practitioner would have nothing to do with an Obatala practitioner. The first to have that conception were the Afro-Cubans. This was important to the early development of the faith practice in the 20th century, as priests of many different faiths came together to initiate priests in each other's deities. That was unknown in Nigeria. In Cuba, it became the habitual practice. So, now, the idea that Babalaos were the top hierarchy in the faith was not a reality in all zones of Nigeria. There were zones like in Oyo, where the Chango devotees had nothing to do with Ifa practitioners. They ran their ceremonies independently. This has changed post-1960 in Nigeria, as the Ifa priesthood, possibly influenced by the Cuban experience, has garnered a preeminent position as the priesthood that most attention gets from the West. Okay? Now, let's talk about some of the cultures. The rest of it I'm going to explain over here. Un momentito. Okay, so what are the other names for the faith? La regla Lukumi, la regla de Ocha refers to the Orishas or Ochas or Orishas, Ifa, Ifa Afro-Cubano, Afro-Cuban Ifa, or the Orisha tradition or worship of the Orishas. What are the priesthoods in the faith? Well, we have actually an example here. We have an Olorisha. So Santero Orisha were people who work with most Orishas, Ali here. Alejos would probably be everybody in this room that has not received the Yoko Ocha or any other ceremony of consecration that makes them a priest in the faith. That's most of the believers. There's people who are believers who have mano de rula, who have guerreros, who are to simply say, I believe in the Orishas, or come receive divination in the homes of an Olorisha. Or in the case, the higher rank is the Babalao, who work with all types of Orishas, but we are the only ones tasked with the obligation to work with the sacred implements of Orumila and all the ceremonies that have to do with the Ifa divination. But the task and the faith are very shared. There's a lot of stuff that we do, and there's a lot of stuff that we don't do that a person like Ali would do, or Orishas would do, and we're not allowed to do. The Babalaos, that's more of a political division, because if you go into the Nigerian practice, the Babalao could technically do all Orisha work if they're initiated in their particular Orisha. But in Cuba, there was, I believe, a meeting between Mama Monserrate and I believe it was Tata Gaitán Undafung. And they essentially divided politically the task of the faith so that there would be peace between the houses, because there was a lot of complaints from the Olorishas that the Babalaos were taking over all the ceremonies. So in order to keep the peace, they came to a political agreement which has stayed to this end. It's become part of the tradition now that if you're a Babalao, you don't do certain things, and if you're an Olorisha, you don't do certain things. Okay. This is a tablero de Ifá. This symbolizes the world, nature. The circular representation means continuity, and there's a word for that. It's never ending. If you see symbols in Nigeria, you will often see a snake eating its own tail as a symbol behind that, and that's represented in the circle. The idea that everything is continuing, that there is day and that there's night, that there's the earth plane, and supposedly there's a skull, that there's the ancestor world, the balance between the two things, and they're always intertwined and part of the same circle of life, okay? Male and female, white and black, that balance in nature that we also see in Buddhist traditions or in Taoist tradition with the Tao limit. The Tao is the same thing. When we just started looking at all these cultures from the world, you see the similarities between all the concepts of balance of nature, okay? Let's see. Why is it called Santeria? Well, necessity. The slaves had to cover up their worship under the guise of worshiping Catholic saint statues. The reality is, though the statues are sometimes employed by some believers, depend on the tradition of the house. Some houses have no statues or have already not used them anymore. The real icons of the faith are usually elements of nature, stones, shells, seeds, and other sacred items. The Catholic statues have absolutely no astral or sacred power. They are there for decoration. Some people will, have a devotion to them, but you can't do anything with a statue. You're not going to be cleaning anybody with a statue or initiating anybody with the statue. But they were there because this was the only way to hide it from the masters. They would have the religious objects, the actual icons, the stones and seeds hidden away in losas or in a hole or behind the wall, but in front, if the Spanish masters would come in, what they would see is an altar to La Virgen María de las Mercedes, La Virgen de la Caridad, Santa Bárbara, etc. And they would say, that's really strange. ¿Qué especie de santería tan extraña tienen los esclavos? What a weird, saint devotion the slaves have. But because it was Catholic saints, they thought, okay, anything that's Jesus, that's good. So they didn't have any idea that behind the wall, they had the real stones, the Ochun or Yamaya, etc. What cultures contribute to faith? The Yoruba are the prime group. I have I have particular problems with the terminology, and I think the Yorubas as well, because it's a term that derives from derogatory terms from the House of Fulani, the ethnic group from the north. So it literally means the Yeriba. The House of Fulani would call the Yoruba the Yeriba, which means los listos, los mentirosos, los tramposos. It was basically saying the mischievous, the devious people, the ones that will swindle you. So even the terminology of Yoruba, I have a problematic association with this term because it's negative. But before this was created and imposed upon a whole bunch of different sub-Yoruba groups, the Yesa, the Ochogbo, the Oyo, the Ijebu, the Ekiti, etc., before they were Yoruba, they were all these groups, and this nomenclature was put upon them. And now, it's some parts of the Yoruba people will say we don't consider ourselves Yoruba, and they call themselves Omo Oduduans, or the Oduduans as a term. And some will still continue because it's just become a catch-all term for everybody that is part of that western part of Nigeria. But for a long time, it was thought that it was always Yoruba, until in the last 10, 15 years, when I initiated in 2011, there was a lot of debates because new video evidence and photographic evidence was coming out of Benin, showcasing that a lot of our rituals in Cuba come from Benin practices. And I'm one of the head persons getting a lot of fire from this because there's some practitioners in our faith who are very Yoruba-centric and have moved on from the Cuban practice over to Isheshe practice. And they don't like people like me when I come and bring out evidence showcasing that a lot of our objects, a lot of our practice comes specifically from the Benin side, from the Fon people. Which means if we do the math together, we don't, as the Cuban practitioners, don't have to do things as the Yorubans do it in Isheshe, because our practice itself has a lot of influence from the Benin side. And this is being discovered as we see practitioners from Togo and from Ghana and from Benin coming out and doing videos on YouTube, on TikTok, on Facebook, demonstrating their practices. And when we look at me, see it, we go, coño, pero míralo ahí. Míralo ahí, this is ours. And for a long time, we've been told that we were wrong, that we were inventing, that we're not doing things as the pure Yoruba do it. No, we were doing like these guys. They came too, which is consistent with the slave practice. So this is important. That's why I included over here. Sister practices. Palo Mayombe comes more from the Bicongo and the Bantu people. But in Cuba, everybody mixed together. So there's objects in practice in Ifa that are heavily influenced with some of the practice, the constructive ideas of the paleros, particularly the icon of Osain that we have in the Afro-Cuban Ifa practice. If you see an Osain, it's basically Gurun Finda from the Palo tradition. It's almost the same thing. The only thing that's added is some Ifa iconography inside. But there also is firmas, which would probably be similar to the veves. In fact, I'm pretty much sure it's exactly the same thing. Just different names, but lo mismo. It's the pictography, the language of it. Okay? And then, important, European Spiritism, I think, developed or was incorporated into Ifa practice because the Egbe tradition from the Yoruba tradition, which is basically a cult of worship to a particular set of spiritual tribe, our ancestor guides, the fraternity heaven is what they're called. Basically, we all are members of a particular spiritual tribe in heaven. When we pass away, we will be welcomed by that spiritual tribe when we come back in our conception. But not enough, my theory is not enough priestess of Yoruba-style Egbe priestess arrived to Cuba to maintain the practice. But curiously, when you go to Nigeria, Yoruba Egbe priestess, mostly the cult is almost all governed by female priestess. And they're the ones that lead almost all the rituals. You have to have at least one female priestess in order to have it. That's one of those rare occurrences where it's not male-centric, it's female-centric. The Egbe priestess are female-centric. También de Gelede, but that particular practice did not arrive too much in Cuba. But why is it, or is it a coincidence, that in European spiritismo de Cuba, females run it, and they're the most expert clairvoyants? There has to be something to that. Why is it that the females tend to have some of the most spirit connection more than the males, even though there are males that have it? But why is that? And I think that the connection to it is that when they came to Cuba, lacking the priest or lacking the structure of the Egbe priesthood, they found the next best thing. They saw Spiritist traditions as something akin or very similar to their practice and used Western European Catholic prayers and songs a la Virgen Maria and to Jesus Christ to essentially open the channel. So it looks ostensibly Christian, but when the board is open or when the table is open, the people who come out are the Egbe, are the spirits of the Egbe that are coming and speaking to the clairvoyants que son espiritistas. Para mí, la espiritista de Cuba es un Egbe priestess and vice versa, okay? I could be wrong, but I could be right. There's another way of saying no acepto being wrong. Okay, initiation levels. Now, receiving necklace is usually the first ceremony that many people do. If you come with a babalao, like for example, if somebody comes to me and says, Renee, I want to initiate, I don't perform this ceremony. We go straight to the warrior orishas, receiving the first four icons of Elegua, Ogun, Ochosi, and Osu. Usually, sometimes now it's very popular to mix it together with the Owo Fakan. This is really, for me, one of the most important ceremonies because that's when we determine what is the person's life mission. Are they here to work more secular work? Are they here to become a doctor? Are they here, for example, signs like Obarakana speak of prosperity. Ikabemi speaks of a merchants. Ochetrupon is a tallador, is a woodworking person. So the artists are divided. My mano dorula es Osalafobeyum, donde nacen los aparatos musicales, where the musical objects are born, and where the person has to, ahí nace también, the ceremonies that have to do with shaving the heads and stuff like that are ceremonies. So right away, from my mano de rula, I was being told, you will be initiating people. You will be working ceremonies. But I didn't see it back then. It took a while for it to happen. But this is a very important ceremony. Everybody has to go through it. And it's basically where people figure out, do they go here? Do they go here? Where else do they go in the religion? If they're told that they have to initiate as a priest because they have a function in this faith, that they're going to be birthing people and it's going to be important, healing people in the rest of their life, they go on to Yoko Ocha, which is, or Yoko Ocha, the Cariocha, or what popular is called making the saint, or hacer santo. And they're consecrated. This ceremony is done by an Olorisha. I cannot perform this ceremony. If somebody came to me and said, I want to become Santero, and their sign, their life sign says it, I'd have to go somebody like Ali said, Mira, Ali, I got to talk to have somebody that wants to initiate. And she has to do her own divination work and figure out whether or not her house can accept her, whether or not her Orisha says, yeah. Because if it says no, that person's life path is not through her home, it's through another place. And we will be unaligning the person. So it has nothing to do with capricious or money or like that. It has to do with the fact that this is not the life destiny of that person. A responsible priest figures out what they got to do from here and asks the Orishas everything, every step of the way. Consecrating Ifa. I forgot. Becoming an Orisha. We were having a talk about this, funny enough, earlier today about that. In Nigeria, there's divination verses that speak that neither homosexuals cannot be Orisha or Babalawo. So the question is, if it was the same slaves, why did this happen that in Cuba, the tradition developed that homosexual men and women could initiate in the faith in the Cuban side? One of those political situations or life situation, there was a santera, an Orisha named Aurora Lamar, who I believe was a madame. I think her other work was a madame. She had a brothel. And this lady began initiating homosexuals, people who were shunned by Cuban society, prisoners, chulos, which were pimps, all types of negative people, unfortunately, in that community. But because she pushed it on the community, it became part of the rule. It was too late to go back. They had hundreds and 200s of santeros who did it, and then nobody could say, no puedo hacerlo, because this house was already doing it. So that's one of the reasons why now, to this day, now it's completely fine. There's no problem with anybody who's homosexual or heterosexual, men or women, to become all Orishas. But that's the reason. If you go to Nigeria, it's still a kind of a taboo issue, and they will not discuss it too much. Or they'll say, well, that's not an issue that we do. That's a Western concept. Like, we don't have homosexuals here at all, which is not right, but that's how they just basically don't discuss the issue. Y también, tristemente, money talks. And they look the other way when money, unfortunately, occurs. This is a reality. Yo hablo claro, aunque duela. 15 years in this. But anyway, consecrating Ifa, performed by Babalaos only. The heterosexual men are the ones that can come in, and only select few are identified by Rumila to do this. You don't choose to become a Babalao. Ifa chooses you. When I spoke to Angelito Poi, who has 65, 70 years of edad and 40 years of Ifa, he told me that when he had done Ifa in 1980s, nobody wanted to become a Babalao. You didn't just say you wanted to be a Babalao. The Babalaos chose you. If they saw a potential in you and they saw the ethics of it, they would take you to 16 other Babalaos who would examine you. They would examine your manhood. Querían saber if you were homosexual or not. ¿Y quién es tu novia? ¿Quién es tu esposa? They wanted to see if your behavior was good, if you were a criminal or not a criminal, that sort of things. Once they've all agreed with you, each of them would give you one seed, one Ifa seed. And when you had all 16 seeds, you had to go to 16 Babalaos differente, and there wasn't that many Babalaos at the time. In 1959 to 1960, there was only 200 Babalaos in all of the island of Cuba. So 30 years later, no había mucho. You had to go get approved by them, and then when you had the 16 seeds, your godfather would give you the last 5 seeds to do the ceremony. So there was a lot of fiscalización. Not everybody will get into this. Tristemente, that has, just like it's happened in Nigeria, it's happened in Cuba, it's become easier for pretty much anybody that brings money to be consecrated, which has its positive consequences. The community has engrandecido, but qualitatively, we've had people who are not supposed to be in this faith haciendo bobería and criminals que tienen Ifa hecho. I mean, point blank, personas que son criminales. And, that's a problematic for people like me who do not hang around with that kind of crowd. And then receiving additional ceremonies depending on what the divination says. Depending on what a ceremony para recibir yegua, I don't do that. I will go to an Orisha to do that. But if I had to do entregar, I don't know, an object of the Ifa faith, Odun or a sign, they come to me and I'm the one that has to construct it. Okay? I'm going as quickly as possible, and please ask me questions later, because I try to bunch up as much as I could in this. Other smaller ranks, Omoanya, priest and specialist of the bata drums. These are the men who, and they also have to be heterosexual. The Omoanya, on top of the fact, and this is from Nigeria too, meaning the women don't do it over there either, so it's not the Cuban invention. The men are the only, heterosexual men are the only ones allowed to be drummers. They tend to be, my reality, voy a hablar claro, they tend to be very, very strict on this issue of the heterosexuality, definitely. Y son medio machista. I mean, this is a community that is, I love them to death, and they probably hate me for saying these type of things. I am a member de la fraternidad, de los bataleros. If you thought Babalaos were stricter about these type of issues, estos tipos, no le vengas con ningún chiste, because they don't run this way. Some of them are not very diplomatic. They'll look you in the cara, oye, hacer con esa, perdona mala palabra, que esa maricona me ven aquí. They're very strict about this. Pero I got along with all of them. I'm a sworn drummer. I've never had trouble with them. Cool with them. They are the ones that are empowered to play these sacred drums to bring down the orishas to the earth. So they fulfill a very important musical collective function. Without the drummers, we don't have a collective gathering. One of the few times that we collectively gather in the Lukumi faith is when we do the drumming. So these men are important, and they're the only ones that know the liturgical language. They're specialists. They dedicate their entire life to learning those patterns, the songs, etc. And this is an old orisha here at the end, probably one of the singers, Anakwong, a person who does the ritual singing. And then Osainistas are those that specialize in plants, people within the faith that specialize in learning the magical properties of all the plants. No, this plant is good for you for this. They're basically the herbalists. The herbalists of the faith are the Osainistas. A depiction of a Nigerian style of priest, the way they dress, the hats and stuff like that, you know. Why is Afro-Cuban or Lukufi Ifa different than Nigerian lineages? We talked a little bit about it earlier. Various regions contribute to Afro-Cuban Ifa, mostly Nigeria and Benin, but likely other smaller ethnic groups in West Africa. Cabildos mix together free slaves from different Nigerian, Benin, and other zones, leading to a unified new geomantic faith practice. There's controversy, debates about ancestrality and originality versus new evangelization for Nigeria. There has been a lot of claims, I've participated in as well, that some of the stuff that is written in modern Nigerian writings about what is Isese seems suspiciously close to Rosacruz, Espiritista, Hindu, Buddhist, and other tradition. And there's a question about how much of that is actually truthfully ancestral. Because when we go back and we look at the Afro-Cuban practice and Vodou from Benin, when we actually visit Benin, there's a lot of stuff that seems to suggest that the Afro-Cuban focus is more original in that sense because it's remained, I don't want to use the word stagnant or fossilized, but it's remained shielded from these other sources. You're not going to get very deep investigation and cross-pollination of religious theological viewpoints from a practicing Ifa priest, because their focus will be on what was taught to them from their elders and then from their elders and their elders, and they're very strict on maintaining things as they are. That has a positive and a negative consequence. Negative consequence meaning that they're not very open-minded sometimes. The positive consequence is that they protect the actual practices to as ancestral and original as they were. And this has exploded on the web because those that are of this side, ancestral and original Lukumi, have criticized the Nigerians of inventing new traditional practices to make it palatable to the Western audience and to add feminist viewpoints that they believe were not original or ancestral. So these conflicts are at the forefront of a lot of gender, a lot of LGBT, a lot of racial struggles that are debated, hot debates on the internet, okay? But that's why it's different, because they will look at the Afro-Cubans and say, you guys are too machista or too strict, like I said, and the Afro-Cubans will say, no, you guys deviated from what the ancestral and the original was. And these debates se pelean, okay? That's why there's some differences. What is the meaning of life in Ifa theology? In other faiths, Abrahamic faiths, the meaning of life is largely to do good and to worship the Abrahamic God, Yahweh, Allah, as the sole God. In Ifa, the meaning of life is to fulfill the destiny that one chose before God, before coming to the earth, in the most aligned and beneficial process. So, yes, we worship the Orishas and the spirits, but más importante is one Ori, or one's internal deity, or one's mission. Otherwise, why are we here? And that's the outlook for the African in that sense, or the Ifa practitioner, mejor dicho. What is divination? The Ifa faith distinguishes itself from some of the more common faiths. I'm talking about the bigger ones, not other African faiths, because almost all the African faiths have some form of divination. But the Buddhist, or I don't know, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, etc. Aunque somebody can make the argument that the Kabbalah and the Sufi Muslims do have divination. Y los Rosacruces también in Christianity. But most popular Abrahamic faith practice, it distinguishes itself by the divination. 3 forms of major divination. Obi divination, which is used by either coconut, or in the Nigerian context, the obi kola, which is a kola nut, and it opens up into 4 lobes. So they designed the divination system with 5 letters or 5 explanations that can be expanded upon. Then there is Kauri, or Erin Dilogun, or Dilogun divination, which has up to 16 letters in the Nigerian context. In Afro-Cuba, they doubled it up with 2 castes, so now it's 256 odus, depending on the Oriate. Some will read only 16, and some will actually read 256. And then Ifa divination, which has a combination of 256 different signs, which have to be memorized. Also, clairvoyance, we talked about it earlier, through Egbe priestess in Nigeria or spiritist in the Lukumi. So all of these are forms of divinations that are common in the Afro-Cuban tradition. Communication with Ifa is considered supreme and more detailed because only Orunmila saw the creation of the universe alongside Olodumare. So this is also a hotly contested statement. Even making that gets me a ruffle feathers with the Olorishas. But the argument is that when certain problems are too difficult to solve, it is believed that certain entities of nature that may be negative, such as Elenini, infortune, Eshu, which is a deity that balances nature but can be good, can be bad, Iku, death, Iyami, the witches, the Yami Oshoronga, they're deities that only Orunmila, according to the lore, the mythological lore, only Orunmila pacted with them. And therefore, when a person suffers certain problems and the casting of the caracoles is 13, 14, 15, 16, it is a sign to the diviner of the caracoles that their problem is so severe only a babalao can intercede on the matter. Not because the babalao machita or because he's so special or he's better than the santero. The santero could probably know more than them. The babalao has a pact and energy transfer from Orunmila when they consecrate that allows them to work as a representative of Orunmila. And when they do their ebo or their rituals, at the moment these deities that I'm mentioning se apartan. They go behind because they have to respect the pact that they have with Orunmila. So that's why when certain problems are so severe, a santero will say, me cayó 13-14, I got to send you over to Ababalao. It has nothing to do with arrogance. It has to do with energy pacts and the relationship between the deities and the human being who is a Babalao. How do we do that? Ebo, method of ritual sacrifice, a very important concept of balance that we always have to when we do a divination, even if it's just talking to the deity or putting a glass of water or a candle. There must be an exchange done. Just like when we're here in nature, if I'm going to come here, a plane ticket had to be bought, a hotel had to be rented, a salary or a payment has to be done, or a person has to exchange something because otherwise I am losing in the interaction. So I win something, and you as an audience is winning in through the exchange. That's a concept, and there's energy involved in that. So it has nothing to do with capriciousness. It has to do with energy and the balance of energy. Olorisha doing Dilogun divination, a Babalao doing Okwele divination in Nigeria, and a Babalao doing Ikin divination, which is thought to be more deeper in reading. A little bit longer to do, but when there's a big problem, they go to a Babalao and do Ikin divination. Okay? Ikin is seeds. They do a casting. They'll have 21 seeds, or 16 seeds actually, when you take out 5. 16 seeds, and if they have 2 in the hand, they mark a 1. It's a binary system. If they grab and they have 1 in the hand, they mark a 2. And it's basically the idea that Orunmila speaks at random. You have no idea what's going to happen because you try to grab as many as you can, and then you mark, okay? So, and it doesn't fail. That's what's, to this day, is the most amazing thing for me. I'm a fan of the divination side of it because you just grab a bunch of seeds, and I look at a person and said, you have a problem with your husband. Y él tiene esto, and I've seen women start crying in front of me, and all I have to do is, Orunmila never fails. I have blind faith in this because it's 15 years of he's never failed me. So why am I going to, not believe him? Okay, what type of divinations are there? Temporary and regular divination. Regular divination is performed to ascertain solutions to problems or receive guidance on regular affairs. We are energy doctors or astral doctors or spiritual doctors. That's the way I see us Babalaos. To the point that I believe that we should be paid just like any other doctor because there's people who have come to my house who have been in hospital. I'm not lying. This is completely true. And I'm sure Ali has stories similar to that have come to me and have said, Mira, I have somebody in the hospital. They're in a coma or whatever. And I've done it both. And within 12 hours, the person has come out from their coma or come to and come out of the hospital, and the doctors cannot explain it. Ese es el poder of Ifa. And it goes to the issue that the colleague explained to me, the idea that physical disease is also explained by spiritual imbalances or the energy field, the aura. This is already known by Western science. They call it the aura, but that's what it is. The Chinese call it chi energy. The Indians call it the chakra points and the alineación of chakra points. The Japanese call it Reiki energy. We are bioelectrical beings. We have bioenergy, and that bioenergy is connected to the other side, to the ancestral realm. That is the way we connect to it. And the Western world now is starting to figure out and giving it, what's the word? Una palabra. Acceptability. Now it's okay. We can all now be energy workers. We can all now accept it. We can all now accept acupuncture. Yeah, they've done this for thousands of years, and the Africans have known this también. All the Asian cultures, if you research back, will find out that they already started explaining the idea of energy and the balance between the earth plane and the ancestral plane, no matter what name we call it. So that's what divination is for, is to diagnose your moment in time and your energy as it is, and what in it is out of alignment that's causing a matrimonial problem, a money problem, a job problem, a health problem, an enemy, attracting an enemy, and what do you have to correct it so that the balance of energy pushes away the enemy, pushes the disease away, pushes the lack of prosperity. That's all it is. It's finding that balance. Life divination. These occur in major ceremonies like the Mano Durula, Yoko Ocha, or a Babalao's consecration. These describe the life destiny, tendencies, problems of the person, the benefits of their sign, what are they going to be good at, and the solutions of a person's entire life. If my sign, yo soy epiléptico, I haven't had a seizure since I did Shango Enifa. Mafere fue un Shango Enifa that cured me from that disease. I had it all the way since I was early childhood, and I don't have any more seizures. But in my sign, it talks about the story of the battle between the brain and the cerebellum, when they were both fighting for control of the body. And while they were fighting for control of the body, what was happening to the body of the people on the earth? They were having convulsions. How did I divine with the seeds a particular sign that had no idea? And then the Babalawo started speaking to me and tell me, do you have a neurological condition? How did they know that? And how were they able to solve it with the medicines that were applied there? Because they diagnosed the problem. So the solutions of a person's entire life are contained in their Vodou. This is why it's important to do these initiations and get the information there, okay? So when people are lost or they have a medical condition, it won't always cure, but many times it will reduce it. And I'm not going to name anybody here in the room porque no lo quiero poner on the spot, but there's somebody in this room that had a heavy medical condition, and he did his ceremonies, and his conditions heavily improved to the point that what you see right now, you wouldn't imagine what he described he had before. That's the power of these ceremonies and all African traditional religions, in my opinion. Okay, how do people solve the problems? Divination works under the concept that one listens to the warning of the deity being consulted, whether it be Elegua with the Dilogun or Ifa. They follow their Ewo, taboo, and taboo are followed, and behavior changes, the conductable are done, and a person must perform for the correct ritual Ebo for the situation. These things is important because people ask, how come I went to a Babalawo or Santero and I didn't have a solution to the problem? You need to have all three. You need to perform the ritual Ebo that will balance out the energies or use the symbolic energy of the object in your favor in a particular ritual. That's important, but that's 50% of the problem. The other 50% is you are told to get away from a marriage that is abusive from it. The man that's with you is abusive. You're told you should leave this man. You don't leave him, you're going to continue getting hit. You're going to continue in a bad situation. If you're told that you're not supposed to marry, funalbe, marry men in uniform, police, military men, and you do, and then you end up in a domestic abuse situation, you were told never to marry a man in uniform. Not because men in uniform are inherently wrong, but because men in uniform may be put through a particular behavior modification. They're trained to be martial, follow orders, not think, and be aggressive and as toxic and as lethal as possible in their work. Therefore, when you bring that to your household, what are you bringing into your household? A potentially dangerous person. Not everybody who marries a military man is going to get into that situation, but if you're a woman with a funalbe, don't get married with her because you're violating the Ewo. This is important, and a lot of people stumbled with the Ewo. And then the behavior changes. If you're told that you're too capricious. I had a story of a woman who came to my house and I did divination. I saw osarete, and I asked her about her life, and she told me she had a wonderful life. She had a wonderful husband. She had children. She had money. Very pretty, attractive Cuban white woman. She got all the men she could want. She had everything in life. So what's your problem? Because sometimes I wish my husband would say no to me. Because every time that she would go out or do something like that, the husband would, okay, honey, no problem, let's do that. He was very, accommodating to that. And the sign of Sarete said that the biggest problem in the person's life is that the person is discontent and they need to stop being discontent. There you go. What's the behavior conduct? Appreciate your husband. Appreciate your life. Appreciate the money. Appreciate the child, and don't be so discontent in your life. But if you don't change that way, you'll continue saying malagradecida. And therefore, you didn't apply the conduct of Bo. You didn't apply from the Bo, you're going to still have the negative problem in la vida. That's how IFA works. Identifying the behavior patterns of a person that are harming them, identifying the energy stuff that is not working for them, and the Ewo that they need to not follow. Balao Orisha must be trained enough to memorize as much information about an Odu as possible. Each Odu in the Afro-Cuban tradition probably has 15 to 30 stories, and there's 256 Odu. Multiply it. We're talking about over 5,000 or 6,000 stories, each with a particular, ¿cómo se dice? Medicina. No Babalao knows them all. Some Babalaos will know great from one sign, like a sign like, I don't know, Osaka, I might know 4 stories of that. Iretemeya, I know a lot. Porque my wife is Eretemei, so I had to figure out who the heck I was marrying. I know your secrets. She can't hide from me, you know. And I bother because her sign says la vanidad y el capricho pierden la persona. And I go, ay, está siendo vanidosa. And she goes, ay, cállate, Renee. I love my wife. So, the last thing I was going to say, there's an ethical code that exists. People say that Ifa doesn't have an ethical code. There's 256 ethical codes in the Afro-Cuban tradition. Obeate siempre hace algo por las mujeres. Always does something for women. I have to always help women. Sí o sí. Me gusta o no. Okay? That ethical exists there. ¿Qué otro más? Trying to think of another one. Oturaroso, hales bien y no mires a quién. Oturanico, el que hace bien a montones, recibe bien a montones. So even Ifa constantly tells you, and I did a video about this issue. We're going to get political on this one. I did a video about this issue online because most people don't study the ethical code. And I was particularly peeved with Afro-Cuban Babalao practitioners who support this MAGA movement. And I said, you are violating the ethical code of Ifa. And I went for 2 hours and a half showcasing it. I'm YouTube. You guys can look for it. The ethical code of Ifa, as I explained it. Going Odu by Odu, Oyogbe, Obeyekun, Obewori, Obedi, Oberoso, going one by one saying, in this sign you can't do this. And Donald Trump did that. And this guy, Stephen Miller, did that. And this guy did that. So you're supporting the violation of this ethical code. And I went uno, por dos, por tres, y por cuatro, por cinco. So when it comes to the issue of the symposium of spirituality as resistance, our ethical code obligates us to be good and to reject what we're saying right. We don't have a choice in this matter. Even if we were politically against it, our ethical code of Ifa does not support abusing of other people, which is pretty much the guiding principle of this regime. Y ahí me quito con la política. That's as much as I can do. Porque no me quiero molestar a nadie más. All right. We have Olodumare over here, the God, depiction of God, Obatala, the white cloth, pure deity. Orumila, the divination deity. And Odudua, sometimes she's presented as a female form, but in the Afro-Cuban tradition, it's almost always considered more as a male form. In reality, Odudua is amorphous. The idea of Odua is an eye with a cloud around it. That's how people who have seen Odua or claim to see spiritually see him. They see him as a big, well, probably the eye of providence, lo que sea, un ojo, amorphous. So he's not either male or female. It's a higher entity. Okay? Breakdown of Ifa view of creation. We have Olodumare, the one God above everybody else. Orishas, deities made by God to govern different aspects of this creation. They are directly tasked to relate to human beings as human beings relate with nature. Each has their own province of nature governed. Yemaya, the close waters of the sea. In the Nigerian tradition, it's a river deity, but in the Afro-Cuban tradition, it's a sea deity. Olokun owns the sea. Ochun owns the rivers. Agayu, the volcanoes. Elegua, with the 4 corners. Each of them has a particular province of nature to govern. The Egungun are under the Orishas, on a plane of existence under them. The ancestor spirits, human who once lived and have passed away, spirits are thought to be especially beneficial because they are closer to our realm and more concerned with our affairs. The same thing happens, I would assume, and I'm going to speak from particular experience because también tengo 21 divisiones, so I have some Vodou experience. When Anaisa or a particular lady comes out, she has to take care of everybody who is an Anaisa devotee. But my particular spirits come to work with me. They're tasked with me. And therefore, sometimes they work faster than the actual entities here. Even though you can work spiritual work with them, sometimes these guys solve your problems better because they're not worried about everybody else in the world. Renee needs help. I'm going to help him. Yeah, ahora. As fast as possible. Okay? And that actually has worked. I've seen my wife in moments of anger go to her particular artist and say, oye, me pones a trabajar esto aquí. Con esto, o si no, yo no te atiendo. Within 3 hours, the problem is solved with another person. And that happened particularly when a man killed a member of our family in Puerto Rico. He strangled a woman, sadly, who was a member of the family because of the stupidest situation. She didn't want to have sexual relations with him. This is the part that angers people. And la mató en Puerto Rico. That was a very, very famous news in Puerto Rico. El carro lo encontraron en un barranco. But my wife got so angry, she went to her altar, to her cosa de palo y cosa de esto. He said, si usted no me buscan este matón ahora. Within 5 or 6 hours, they found the guy and he confessed to the crime. And we knew, nobody else knew as we knew at home. Se pusieron a trabajar because my wife never asked them for anything. But she said, this you do or I don't attend to you guys anymore. Within 6 hours, they found the guy. And then, of course, the living. We are the condemned. We are the condemned right now. I mean, some people call it condemned. Some people call it different things. But we are the ones living the terrestrial plane because if we're here, we're unpure spirits. Anybody living in this plane is behind. Nosotros somos atrasados. If you read anything Alan Kardec, you'll know that there's different planes of existence or different planets or of existence. The Earth is a plane of existence. Not the worst, but we're still in a trial and tribulation stage. So we are the ones living through the trials and tribulations, the betrayals, the sadness, the diseases, everything that we have to learn from so that one day we can escalate over to the Egungun side. And if we're completely enough reincarnations of purity, one day we become an Orisha. Okay? Just images, Omoanya, Babala working, and a Babala of the Afro-Cuban tradition, and a Babala of the Nigerian tradition, but they're both working essentially with the same thing, trace, you see? The same system, just different clothing and objects and implements. And Omoanya playing with an Orisha. Controversial topics, my favorite. So we're going to deep dive into this one. And con esto yo creo vamos a terminar. How much time do I have left? Anybody know? We're done? Okay, pues nos fuimos. This is it, okay? My apologies, yo hablo mucho. Animal sacrifice. Why do we do it? Concept of nature's three main categories: mineral, plant, and animal world. Energy from all three. Where do we get the energy on earth? The sun. The sun is considered Olorum for us, which is the owner Orum of heaven. Heaven is the ancestral plane. The owner of the ancestral plane gives us sustenance through photosynthesis, the plant world, the chlorophyll. So we have matter energy, we have chlorophyll, and hemoglobin. The energy in all of these different parts of creation are to be found in these three substances. We need all three to be able to transfer the energy of the energy world or the ancestral world onto our terrestrial plane. If we wanted to be able to charge any object or consecrate a person, we need a boost of that energy, of a combination of the mineral, plant, and animal world in order to make a miraculous change for the person. So think of it as whenever we do animal sacrifice or we wash an object in ceremonial plant-based herbal remedies, we are plugging the person to the wall and giving them the electrical energy for them to work. Without that, this wouldn't work. The lights wouldn't work. None of this would work. Same thing with humans. You can't change a human's reality, whether it be disease or otherwise, without, in some way, sometimes including the animal world. You don't always need this one. This is last resort. When you can solve a lot of the problems with this part. 90% of the problems can be solved with this. And I'm a big believer in stopping wanton animal sacrifice. But when we do need it for consecrations, this is the reason. It's not because we like to kill animals. We need the hemoglobin, the energy that curses, the biological energy, spiritually speaking. Brujeria, which I hate the term, but we got to talk about it. It's energy manipulation, incantation, focus petition, amplification of petition through ritual use of symbolic objects. So let's take the classic example in popular culture of the voodoo doll, which we also have. We have muñeca, etc. What you do to the doll, what you insert in it, or what you le pegas a eso is what determines the effect of the magic. The magic itself is neutral or inert. If you take a doll and you smear it in honey and you smear it in positive things, you're going to attract good things, sweet things to the person. If you stick a lot of coins and money to the thing, you're bringing prosperity to the person. But conversely, if I do an obra donde pongo mierda de perro callejero y gato callejero and vinegar and lemon juice in it and ground dirt from a burnt home and ground glass from an accident and all those things together, and I do a ritual, what am I asking to happen to this person? Accident and everything. This doesn't mean that we babalaos or olorishas are innately evil. We have the capacity, just like any other human being, any other religious tradition, to manipulate energy, which is the energy of nature, to our purposes. But there is a price to be paid. If you do negativity, the Indians know this concept, karma. What you do to others comes back to you threefold, which is why the intelligent babalao or olorisha doesn't do this without permission of the deities and only when we're under attack or somebody's harming us in our life. Because if we do it wantonly without permission of the deities, until the deities say, that person has done a lot of wrong to you. I give you permission. If you do it, you're going to be the one to pay for it. But this, I wanted to make issue of this issue, mention of this issue, because this is one of the most controversial, these two, that make people get scared with our particular faith practice. And the reality is Christians can do it. The Psalms, the Sufis, Muslims can do it. The Kabbalistic Jewish people can do it. The Hindus definitely do it. The Buddhists pueden hacerlo. We are not alone in this. It's just that unfortunately we've been maligned. African cultures have been maligned by the prevailing white authorities all across time as being dark magic all the time. And there's a lot of focus on the negative, but there's no focus on all the positive. And I would say 90% of the work that we do is diagnosis and application of medicine, which is witchcraft. It is a witchcraft, but it's a positive witchcraft. So what I wanted people to know is it has nothing to do with dark force, etc. We are manipulating energy through incantation, focused petition, and the amplification of that petition through the ritual use of symbolic objects, the concept of sympathetic magic. I wanted to break this down in a westernized way. Finalmente, negative spirits, yes, they can be directed, yes, they can be comprado, but again, if you do something bad with a particular spirit that didn't ask permission to be used for that purpose, he's coming back to you, and you're going to get it back después. Any questions? We'll have to do it later. I think we're going to be doing a lunch break now and then a question panel. And I believe you guys wanted to have people see the gallery, if I'm correct, right? Gracias. All right. Vamos con los papelitos y me fui. No hay problema. Dame con el papelito.
Gracias.
No hay problema.
Thank you.
Let me leave the thing.
Yes. Thank you so much, Renee.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Eric.
So I want to thank you. Let's give another round of applause for the morning presenters. I wanted to go over a couple of housekeeping items and then introduce the next sort of phase of programming. So I wanted to mention when we leave, there are extra bathrooms past the Julia de Burgos bookstore through the double doors. So there are two in the off of the main lobby, but there are a few extras if you want to go back there. We will have lunch from a local restaurant called Casa Boriqueña, and that will be served after we have a gallery visit. But if I know you may be hungry, there are some snacks that we put out to hold you over. And I want to introduce Rafael Damast, who's going to introduce the next visit in the gallery. Rafael is our exhibitions director and curator and has been working with Jorge on this show. So Rafael, please come on up.
Hello, manias. My name is Rafael Damast. I'm the exhibition director and curator for Taller Puertorriqueño. All I wanted to say is that the artist, Jorge Luis Rodriguez, is in the gallery. A lot what you've seen here, you could experience in person in the seven African powers, which is Orisha Santos. That is an exhibition that first opened in 1985 at the Museum of Contemporary Hispanic Art. So without any further ado, please enjoy the exhibitions. The artist is there to take questions. I'll be there as well. If maybe Renee will be around, I'm sure he could also talk to you a little bit about that show. This exhibition is part of We Will Not Hide. What we were just seeing is part of our reality here in the Americas. It's about addressing the whitewashing of history, a reality that's been part of the Americas since its inception in 1492. Thank you.
About the people who have disappeared, have died, have passed, the result of wars, crime, pandemic, the result of President Trump racist ways of behaving. So, and I developed, this is not working anyway, no?
No, it's about internet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So I developed this work since 2016, I was saying before. So this called The Missing relates to the people who had disappeared or have died around the world, not necessarily here in America. It's universal, this piece. Then we have this piece here that I developed related to dolmens. Dolmens are little houses who were developed by the prehistoric people called dolmens. They used to build them out of stone, small houses. They were maybe 3 feet high. A race of people that used to live long ago, a mystery of life. And so I developed the dolmens. This one is called the house of the shaman, or shaman's house. This one is the house of the magnetic man. That one is black hole, the one called inspired by the galaxies. When they sent the Webb telescope to the universe, I started developing the galactic series. I call them the galactic series. So these are different galaxies here. And some of them, this is the house of the 5 faces of the moon, right here, this small one. The house with the 5 faces of the moon. This is like an abacus interpretation. And another dolmen there. You see another dolmen there. Then we have, during the pandemic, I couldn't go out in 2020. So I decided to do a piece related to the pandemic, 2020. And this is the house trap, the bird trap within the pandemic nest. And it's a mobile. So he's trying to escape from the pandemic. And that's the nest. Carved wood were the metal and feathers, black feathers, and dirt on the bottom. So it's an installation. It's the first time I show it any place. So it's a new, so it was done in 2020, but it's the first time I show it to the public. And this one, I showed this, I just finished this installation, 2026. It's the first time that it's shown to the public. It's called the lynching gate. Relates to the mistreatment of Native American and Afro-American people. They used to be hung or lynched. And it relates to that. So we have the eye of God looking at the massacre. See the eye of God on the back? And he's crying. See the tears on the bottom? He's crying, and you can relate to that. You know, it's called the lynching gate. It's in my latest work. Lynching gate. And then we go into the next room. Well, people are stepping on that.
No, it's been years, but I worked with visions and time. So I did
I don't want to see it because I have to walk around. So this is called Orisha Santos, an artistic interpretation of the 7 African powers. It's an anthropological installation that I did long ago. We are celebrating the 40th anniversary of Orisha Santos. It was done in 1985. We have Elekba, one of the Orisha, Elekba, the god of children, or the Orisha of children. And that's why we have toys around. You see all the toys? And the gambling, the crossroads, the Orisha of the crossroads. Here we have St. Francis, another icon, related to freedom, animals, the Orisha of animals, birds, dogs, cats, cows, whatever, you know, all the animals. So it's the Orisha of freedom, in a way. This one is Olofi. It's called Christ crucified in the religion is called Olofi, this piece. And all this Olofi around. Obatala next to it. It's almost the same spirit. That's why it's on white, all this. So symbology is very important in the work. This is Ogun, the Orisha of sculptors, people who work with metal. Metal work, you see? Ogun is the name of the Orisha. If you have any questions when I go around, you can ask some questions about it, okay? So you have, Ogun or represented in many ways. Supposed to have a key. You see the key, the padlock there? So he's holding the key. You see the key? And ironsmith, people who work with irons. And you have a two holes there. Figures, all figures. Here is Shango, Orisha of music, drumming, thunder. So you have thunder. Okay? This is Oshun, the Orisha of the water, sweet waters. Sweet water symbols of Oshun are the fan, the hand fans. Sweet water, music also, in a way, is represented. This is an altar that a friend of mine did. He collaborated with me in the exhibition. He did this altar. Giovanni was. Yes. This is Yemayá, salt water. Yemayá, patron saint of Brazil, patron saint of Cuba. Right here. Cuba, Brazil. Yeah, la calidad del cobre, Oshun. And that's why you have symbols, shells, fish, all kinds of stuff. Mermaids, all the symbols. And that's Elekba, back there. The whole was Elekba. And he was the one who did the toys for Elekba. Junior candidate. He did all the toys. I did the walls and everything. And the person who put it together for me was Guarionex, Josué Guarionex, a wonderful artist, Puerto Rican artist that lives in New York City. And the silk ropes. Yeah, kneel down.
Hi, hello.
This exhibition first happened in her museum in 1985.
Almost 41 years old. In 1985, I had been running a gallery in New York City called the Cayman Gallery. It was Puerto Rican oriented and as well as Latin American. And Jorge was our favorite artist. But then we decided to move forward into and expand our reach. And we were creating what ended up being named the Museum of Contemporary Hispanic Art. That was the term that we used then. And one day when we were still closed and we were working inside to prepare a new space for that museum, Jorge walks in. And we chit-chat like we always did because he lived nearby. And we sat and we talked a little bit. And he said to me, I have an exhibition that I want to show in this new space. And I said, really? And he said, yes. I said, well, we haven't even finished the space, but tell me. And he sat there with me. And he said, yes. I said, but there's two factors. You know that these times, it was the 1980s? Oh, I'm sorry. They're telling me that I should look at everyone. It was the 80s in New York, and the spiritism and spiritual or religious things were not part of the mainstream of art. So I'm saying, hey, Jorge, you know, it's difficult. Second, the part of an installation, at that time, installations were not even considered an appropriate medium, you know, artistic medium. So I said, Jorge, but he didn't take that. I said, no. He said, first of all, you have to listen to what I want to do. So he went on to tell me about what he wanted. And he showed me the photos of these incredible sculptures. And he said, so that people will understand them and understand what we're doing here, we have talked to a friend of mine, Charles Abramson, another artist who is into the religion, the Yoruba religion, and he will help me to explain these sculptures in the term of the religious beliefs, that we are going through a process of syncretic approaches. So that's what we did then. And we had it for, 2 months, basically, in New York. And it was an amazing, amazing experience. I was there all the time, you know, as Erika is here, you know, you never go home, basically. And Rafael, we never leave, you know, we leave at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and we're back at 9 the next day. But I experienced the people there at the time. We were in Soho. I don't know any one of you that knows that area. It is basically an alternative mainstream thing, and we were in the middle of it. And the people that visited us were not our community, basically, but the people that like art and went to all the galleries that were around us. And they will just spend hours there because they have never seen anything like this before. And the ones that went, that were part of our communities, we sat there and they pray and they cry and they lead candles for each one, you know, the one they believe in, and they felt they were part of it. So that was our beginning. And we had it there, and he put it away. For 25 years later, he rebuilt the catalog. We didn't have much money at the time, so we did a small catalog. But then on its 25th birthday or anniversary, he did the brand new catalog that you see here around today. And last year we talked again, because we're always talking. I live in Florida, he's in New York, so, you know, we have that distance among us. And he said, wow, Nilda, you know, we're going to turn 40. I have 2 anniversaries. I say, yes, because he had built a sculpture, a public sculpture called Growth, and still there, too. And last year, they commemorated it because in its 40th anniversary. So he said, I would like to do this thing. So I said, well, let me see if I can help you. You know, I've been out of the art for a little bit now, but so I prepared a proposal, I sent it around, and I got a response here. First, he exhibited in New York, and now here. And from here, we don't know where, but we will continue. Because right now, it is more meaningful to all of us, in a global sense of the word, than it was when we presented it. And I hope that all of you that are here will take something out of it, because the experience, you will never forget it. And, you know, but the processes in our countries right now are not a welcoming one, but this is a way of resistance, because we are really holding on to tradition, to culture, to identity, and that's who we are. We're not anything else but that. We are human beings that have a culture that is worth maintaining, and it's worth believing in it, and that's why we move around presenting it. And Jorge has asked me to say some thank yous briefly, because I know you guys have been in that room for a little while. Jorge, they gave me the paper. Jorge would like to thank me, but that's all right. That's right. Yeah, they have it here with half of my bio, but that's not important. He would like to really say thank you very much to Erica Gosling, and the director, which you know, and Rafael Damas is curator here, and to Carmen Febo, I don't know if she's in the room, but I was talking to her a little while ago, which I met. When I sent a proposal to Rafael, he interned with me. Yeah. I don't remember the year, but he interned with me in New York. Huh? Around that time. And so I sent it to him when I found out that he was working here at Taller. And one day I get a phone call, and he said, someone wants to talk to you. I said, to me? He said, yes. And it was Carmen Febo. And Carmen Febo was so excited about having this show here. And she said, we're going to bring it. We are going to bring that to El Taller. And we're going to bring it next year when we're celebrating the Schomburg Symposium. And I said, very appropriate. Because what Schomburg did in his activism and in his literature, he's doing it through this installation of the Orisha Santos. So to Carmen Febo, I'm very grateful. I don't know where she's right now, but she's here somewhere. He also put Johnny Aldaya and Danny Melendez, who work with him in the installation of the pieces here. To Josue Guarionex and Candido Diaz, who were here as well, right?
Guarionex was the one who put it
For the imported this.
And Candido did the toys for the exhibition on the floor.
So they all contributed their artwork. And Candido is a great artisan. That's what they wrote to me here. And Jose Ortiz Pagan, he's a sculptor who worked with me, alongside me, in the installation of this exhibition. So my gratitude goes to all the Taller Puertorriqueño staff who have supported the logistics of the exhibition and the symposium. Thank you, Jose Santiago. Thank you, Manuel Berrios. And thank you, all of you, for having this patience to listen to us today. And I do hope that you take something away from this exhibition. Are you saying yes? Yes. Tell me something about it. No. No. Please. Please. Okay. No, because she's been nodding yes all the time.
I'm a student. I'm a good student. No, I think it was very appropriate to bring this installation during the symposium, and I think it's been a beautiful experience. It feels like walking into a lot of we were talking about earlier today, and being able to experience it 3D, 4D in different dimensions. And I feel also very welcomed and at home in this space.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Who else? Are you shy? Who else? You don't say anything? No, okay. There's another panel. So we're back at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but our talk this afternoon will not take place here, but in the auditorium. So we will welcome questions or comments there. I believe in Socratic education. I don't know if you know, all of you know what Socratic. I don't like to talk all of it, so I get the people to tell me, and then I support to whether you're right or wrong, right? So thank you so very much, and thank you to Jorge, please, for his incredible talent, creativity, and he's not just a simple artist, he's a creator of beliefs. Thank you.
People know me as Marilyn Kai Jewett. Yeah.
Is this your first song, Taller Song?
Yes, it is. Oh, it's wonderful. I have 25 years of Shango, And this is one I've known about Schomburg for years. I've been in his to the center in New York a couple times, and it's just fabulous. I'm glad that people are exploring our traditions, our spiritual traditions, and how we use them, how we need to be using them today to fight to the evil that's around us. I have to say it that way because it is. And it's time for us to stand up like Shango and get rid of it. Because this is what we need to lift up our people. This is what we need, especially today after they have dropped bombs on Iran. So everybody pray for peace, and victory for the African people of the world.
Rafael.
Is this your first Schomburg?
No, this is probably my third.
Do you have any thoughts about the Schomburg or the exhibition?
I mean, I think the topic is really interesting. I know it's almost like a topic that permeates the culture. However, it's not always discussed in a way that's very in-depth. So seeing this topic really talked about, spirituality, and how it's used to really combat some of our like daily issues, I think it's really cool to see this perspective.
Is there anything that remains with you?
I really enjoyed one of the presenters getting really in depth with the Ifa religion. I think that, getting an academic kind of lens on it was really important. Also, just it being presented in a class. I don't think I've seen it presented in that format, and that was really helpful because sometimes, the pedagogy it does render results. So I feel like this was really helpful to see it presented in that way. That's it? All right.
My name's Ellie DeLappy. That's not my first name and last name.
Have you been to Schomburg before?
I have been to Schomburg many, many times for many decades.
What brings you to Schomburg?
Well, one is I always come to Schomburg annually because it's always been a spectacular event, no matter what the topic was. And exploring the Afro-Latino connections are so important for all of us to know about, and Schomburg provides that avenue.
Is there anything about this year's Schomburg that remains?
A number of things. One is focusing on spirituality, I think, is really important at this day in time to really understand what faith means to survival and to the many struggling communities in today's world. And also because this exhibit is extraordinary. And the way in which the exhibit connects to the panelists, both the academics and the activists and the community people, is beautiful. And it's one of the things I treasure about Schomburg. Great, anytime.
So in this portion, we have Erika. How long about for questions about this very impressive sharing of this profound, deep forms, manifestations of not only spirituality, but of how I always, when I teach, I'm a historian, so I teach history, I wonder, people who survived the Middle Passage, and there is a lot now written about the Middle Passage, and when you read it, it's excessively difficult to read about it. Yet, we are not even coming close to the ankle level of what it was to be a part of the Middle Passage. And my conclusion has been that because people arrived, and within few weeks and months, you read that people were partnering with indigenous people, building drums, and carrying out festivities or activities or rituals. And then my conclusion has always been that spirituality must have been something really profound. Just to survive it, and then once you arrive it, to try to reconstitute yourself in partnership with others. Now, when we see practices like the capoeira, or practices like voodoo or Ifa, and understand the conversion of what had to happen for that to happen. I think of marronage, I think of perseverance, I think of resilience, but I think, and I feel that I'm still in, as we say in Spanish, in diaper stage, in understanding the depth of that meaning. So I want to invite the audience. I have my questions, but I can ask questions and talk forever about this. And I want to invite the audience who's here, because I have their contact information. I can always talk to them about it. So please, there is a microphone here, and the reason is because this is being filmed. And so please, those who have questions, if you can come up to the microphone. If you have a comment, make sure that it's not too long, otherwise I'm going to cut you off. Because we then have to move to the last part of the day, the panel with the artist Jorge Rodriguez and Andres, who is a consecrated bata player, and Nilda, who is an expert on art, and who was the first person who actually hosted the exhibit 40 years ago. So, and we want to have that too. So please, don't run, one by one. Come into the microphone. Otherwise, I will start asking questions. Yes, thank you. And if you can please say your name and where you came from, if you feel like.
My name is E.I. Marilyn Kai Jewett, 25 years of Shango. I'm working with the organization doing PR for this wonderful event. I just wanted to make a short comment that when we are speaking of our ancestors, our African ancestors, please do not refer to them as slaves. They were enslaved Africans, not slaves. And being enslaved and a slave is totally different. And I know my ancestors were not slaves, even the ones that I knew in Florida. They were stand-up people. That's why they said I had to be a Shango priest, because we stand up. So just remember, enslaved Africans, not slaves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we are learning a new nomenclature that uplift rather than perpetuate that horrible thing that was done for so many hundred years. And so thank you for your comment.
Can I comment to that? Just make a quick comment. Oh, yeah, we have here. I'm really Is it on? Can you? Okay. Yeah, I'm really appreciative that you're mentioning this shift and it's working. Okay. Because it's, especially when you read a lot of historical narratives or even a lot of scholarships, I think people are still confused about which terminology to use. Like, should we say slave? Should we use enslaved? But what you're highlighting to us is that no one is born, right, a slave. It's a process that you go through that is gratuitously violent. It is dehumanizing. It strips you of your lineage, of your identity. It tempts, right? All of these things. But as you're saying, our ancestors continuously to preserve, they continuously fought and resisted every step of the way from the moment they were captured, sold, and enslaved throughout the process. Thank you for that.
Any question? Come on. Yes, please. Name and where you're coming from. Your name and where you coming from.
Okay, I'm here from Washington, D.C., courtesy of this gentleman here, Mestre Cobra Mansa. And I have a question for any or really all of the panelists. Could you talk about the historical role of Vodou, Capoeira, surely I've heard this already, Santeria, traditional African religion, and the role of historical role of resistance against slavery, against oppression, colonization. If you know of any specific historical events, because a lot of times we talk about this kind of abstractly as resistance, as that sort of thing. But if you know of any, can you all hear me? But yeah, historical examples of resistance through these traditions, based on these traditions.
I was going to say, I know at least in my faith practice, two examples that jump to mind is some of the revolutionary liberators who tried to free themselves from Spain in the late 1800s. Some of the Cubans, the Maximo Gomez, stuff like that, some of them had initiations and had done things with some of the priests of that time. This next example will be controversial because it all depends on where you stand in terms of your politics and how it's gone. But at the 1959 revolution, a lot of the people who fought with Fidel had initiations. Celia had initiation. I believe Juan Almeida was a devotee. I don't know if it was Obabatalam and Shango. So, I mean, it all depends on how you interpret their struggle. I tend to think that the 1959 revolutionary leaders were truly revolutionary. They wanted freedom for the nation. What happens later is a question, to be debated, because there was many of them who fought for the revolution, and later, 4 or 5 or 6 years later, were very disappointed with the way it was going with Fidel, and left the nation. People like Uber Matos and others. But those are examples of people who fought in a revolutionary anti-imperial struggle, who were initiated and who used their faith practice. In fact, some people have argued that the colors of the flag del Movimiento Julio 26, the patches that Fidel had were red and black. And some people argue is that they've received divination, he was told to put those colors there so that you have Elegua's support in the struggle. So it all depends. There are examples, at least that's the ones I can highlight in my experience.
Microphone went off again.
Hello. Okay. First, what is resistance for you? There is a singer in Brazil who they say, we are the son and the daughters of that who was not eaten by the shark. Just to be present here, all of us African descendants, that is resistance. We are not supposed to be here. That's first. If you think, just each one of us who is still alive, who still preserve part of our culture, who still have the knowledge and philosophy was bought by your ancestor, and you preserve that until today. You want a more resistance than that? I cannot see. That, for me, is the big resistance. I'm going to be short because one time I got a lesson from one old man. Because when I was young, I was fire, a lot of fire. And the one old man, and we always talk a lot about the zombie. It's like, because he did not give himself up, and he was, the best. And the old man just say, I'm going to tell you something. Zumbi was great. But you always talk, because in Brazil we have this word, the preto velho. Preto velho sometimes is this man who did not make resistance against nothing. He just was quiet and listen and you have a name for that here, I forgot. But anyway, he did not serve, but he always quiet and listen and don't do anything. And what he was telling me is that Zumbi was great. But who told the story of Zumbi for the young people? Was us who was still alive. Because we needed to resist if he was seeing everything, but we understand it's like someone needed to stay alive to tell the story for the next generation. That's resistance. And that was a big lesson I learned because I never thought about that. I always thought these people who was there quiet, it was nothing. They was not doing nothing. But sometimes not true. They was listening, resisting to tell the story for the new generation. And for me, our kind of the resistance was valid because that was made us to be he, talking, listen, learning, and better than that. Give it this for the next generation to do better than what we did.
Thank you.
Yes. I would say I have two examples. The first one is the Haitian Revolution. And beyond just even thinking about the Haitian Revolution, I don't think we can look at any insurgent plans, any revolutions, any rebellion that did not have an element of Africana religious traditions embedded within them, because as we're understanding our worldviews, we see that the political and the spiritual and the military, the fight, they're always combined, they're always in one. But specifically with the Haitian Revolution, what scholars have that initiated the 13-year revolt was the ceremony of Wakaima. So I'm a religion scholar, and so I like to think of it, the ceremony of Wakaima, as a religious ceremony in which we had Cécile Fatima, who was the head priestess, who was officiating that ceremony along with 200 and plus enslaved Africans, women, children, who were part of this mass galvanizing of spiritual energy and spiritual force that would then lead Haiti to its independence and subsequently other Latin American countries as well. But specifically, when I think about resistance and looking its role in Africana traditions, my work centers women. And so when I think about resistance in the context of women, I think about resistance as, oh, the enslaved wants me to cook, so now I'm gonna poison you. And so that's a form of resistance. A form of resistance is dragging your feet slower when you're being told to work in the cotton fields or the sugar plantations, right? Resistance, for specifically in the context of women, looks like I have to give birth to a baby, and we're gonna run away, and learning the herbs and the plants to give to your baby so when you run away, they don't make noise or at night. Or even sometimes the harsh reality of it, sometimes women committed infanticide. They would kill their children as well because the womb of the woman was enslaved. And so when your children were born, they were born into a system of slavery as well. So that's how I'm also thinking about resistance. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, thank you. I want to also add one more event. Before Wakaima in the 1750s, someone given the name François Macandal, who was an expert in plants and animals. Therefore, he must have had gone through initiation and knowledge about nature, organized a revolution based upon just poisoning. And guess who they arrested and forced to interrogation? Women, because they were the one cooking. And so there are myriads of ways to look into. At times, those events are hidden, silenced, or dismissed as irrelevant. For example, I'm the one of those who argue that the 1791 was a reconnection to something that had begun in the 1750s. So for me, the Haitian Revolution began in the 1750s. 1791 was a conjuncture of Saint-Domingue itself among all the different entities that thought, this is a good time because there is a big mess among everybody who's pretending to rule the place. But yeah. More questions? Yes, please. Go ahead. Name, where you from?
Hello.
Oh, I'm pretty
Yes.
tall, so I'm just gonna pick up the mic.
That's fine. Bravo.
Hello, my name is Jocari de los Santos. I'm originally from Dominican Republic, but I live in South Jersey. This is more of a general question. So at a time when there is more academic interest and research, more so than ever before on Afro-Socratic religion and traditions, how do you remain accountable to community and ancestry rather than institutional recognition? And how do we shape conversations so that those outside academia feel inside the circle and not just spoken about, but spoken with?
Beautiful question. What?
Let me see. How do we remain accountable? This is a particularly true one for me because of my light skin and my outside not perteneciendo to the tradition. I belong to my Ifa tradition because I initiated into it, but this is not my race and culture, so I'm very clear and understanding about that. How do I remain accountable? Doing things exactly as I was taught and not deviating by what my elders taught me, and always checking in with them when I have a doubt or a question. Whenever I think I know my answer because I've already been taught, I don't, but always touching back. There's an understanding that this is an ancestral tradition, that this is not something we just keep inventing, and I try not to mix my political and social viewpoints with what I practice. Example, I may be very progressive, and I am extremely progressive on the politics side of gender issues or LGBT issues. But when I'm in the Ifa practice, I have to go with what Ifa tells me. So I try not to poison or mix those things. In terms of including people from the community so that they're not talked about, doing interviews with them. I've already done, I'm going to say about 10 interviews with some of the top babalaos in Cuba and priests over there. So seeking them out in their own land, in their own space, putting the questions to them and letting them speak. And that's my technique. And letting them speak about their particular tradition so that people on the outside that are interested can hear from the source. So basically come to them, come to their homes. Make yourself uncomfortable so that they're comfortable. Make the effort to go there.
Well, in terms of capoeira, is easy, because capoeira is a very included thing, and we always is open for people to come, and when you do all the outside, people get interested and get in. About you said about the political thing, sometimes I do have a problem with that, because I have some beliefs, and for me, it's very difficult if I have a student who have a very, very different belief than me. I try to avoid, but sometimes they don't go to be my student because they already know my political view, my religion view, and we can be friends, but not my student. Yes, it's true. And Kamal, Kojo is my student, Harry is my student. There's so many of my students here, and they know that. That's what I said yesterday. There is things for the inside, and there is things for the outside. And I'm very restrict for who are really going to pass my knowledge. I'm open to everybody, but knowledge is something else. We need to, it's not to me separate, but we need to decide who's going to keep taking our legacy. And, sometimes you do mistake, of course, but it's better you do that consciousness, like this, yes, this, no. Maybe you're going to think like, oh, but you're going to restrict knowledge. No, no, no. It's just something for people who hold more close. You know, I think in the religion is the same. If you say that, you say this, but I know because, you know, my spiritual mother, she has so many at the whole house, but it's not everybody get too close.
Yes, thank you so much for that really beautiful question. And for me specifically, I'm very clear about my commitment. So my loyalty is not to academia. I have no loyalty to academia. My commitments are to my community, to Haitian Vodou specifically. And I'm also part of the community of the work where I conduct work at. So as I've said in my presentation, I too am a Mabo, and I'm also initiated member of La Kubajo, which is the first Anago Yoruba-derived temple in Haiti, standing for 200 plus years. And I do work, ethnographic work there. And so part of my training as a scholar was being first trained of how to do this work before I even got to academia. So my interviews, everything that I present, I always go back to my elders and I'm saying, oh, this is the kinds of things I'm thinking about. These are my theories. Does this make sense? Do y'all agree? Is this what you would be okay with me saying? It also helps that I am also initiated and a member. So there's certain things that even when I am presenting, there are levels. So there are certain esoteric knowledge that will not make it out for the public, but if you're initiated or you're part of it, you understand what I'm saying, but without saying. So it's also having different registers as well. And then I think, you know, to the point of how do we ensure that we're not talking about others with them not being in the room. So again, part of me playing these videos, showing these dances and the songs is also to transcend the time and space and bring my community into the areas, into where I'm presenting. Part of also always mentioning my lineage and where I come from is also bringing them into the conversation. And also I do a lot of interviews. I mean, I've been doing this work as formally within the academic space for 5 years, but really all my life I've been doing this work. And so I bring that knowledge and that connaissance with me as well.
Thank you, brilliant. And just to add, not only they are following true path, which is something to identify, because they have chosen to take on true path, and Renee spoke about it, and Mestre Cobra talked about it, and you also mentioned that there is an understanding of what the institution, the formal academic embedded in whiteness symbolizes and can actually swallow you alive, and it's about making money as a difference of being vested, given, carrying, living, and that confers a vision that cannot be corrupted by because they go and they are at the same time the channel and the source. And so, which is different than like you said, as some people talk about it from the whole reading book, but have not even taken the time to even, I think there is a process of respecting before you even get into it. And so I guess the first would be to respect, as even if it's something that is not mine, that know that that is real, and therefore it shall remain sacred. And even if I disagree, I will still respect. And that's the key. Of course, academia doesn't want that.
I think for what you say, the biggest challenge for us, I may say us, is we walk all the time on the Kalunga line. Why? Because you have the knowledge of the ancestor and you have the knowledge of the academic. to make this balance is one of the more difficult and challenging thing what you have. And that's, I think, that's a good thing, because we can speak the two language. We can walk on both worlds, what few people can do. It's not for everybody. But at the same time, we do have the responsibility with our ancestrality. And when we do that, we need to know how much we can give it to the academic, but at the same time, we need to be careful how much you bring from the academic to our community, because not everything what you learn over there is good for our community. And that's what sometimes people don't be careful and think need everything was there is need to apply here. No, I'm sorry, it don't work like that. But we need to be careful too with everything what we know here, how we're gonna present to them, because sometimes they do misunderstand what we say. Why? Because they don't understand the ancestral world. And we said something very interesting there when you talk about the bruxaria. You know, because if you go to the academic and say bruxaria, people are like, whoa, wait a second. But for us, no. And the same thing, what is secret? Secret is something what you don't belong to and you want to know. It's secret, because you don't know. You don't belong to this society. You don't belong to this group. You don't belong to this world. It's secret for you. But for everybody who is there, there is no secret, man. We everybody know.
It's daily life. The good, the neutral, and the negative. It's daily life for us.
We know. There's no secret between us. And that is our challenge. But just to remember, we're challenging ourselves every day. Even when we are right now, right here, we need to pick every word, what you're going to say.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I think we have time for...
I have one question from the live chat that I would like to read.
Okay.
So this is from Young Manager B9B. And they ask, how does someone communicate with his spirit guide?
How do you connect to your spirit guide? How do you connect with your spirit guide?
Okay. So I just want to clarify, is this a question for how do we, as in me, or how do you begin to connect with your spirit guide? I'm burdened by linguistics. I am a linguist. Okay, so I'll just say how I connect with my spirit guides. It's really simple. Just in the morning before I begin my day, I go in front of my altar, I pour libation, and I talk to them, and I say, this is how I want the day to be. I ask for protection, I ask for guidance. If I had a dream the night before, I bring my dream in front of them, and I'll ask them for clarity about the dream, especially if I don't understand. I'll also perform divination for myself, asking, okay, is this how, like yes or no divination specifically, to say, am I on the right path, or is this how I'm supposed to understand this? And also, too, having community. So my sister here, who brilliantly and happily came with me, she's also a devotee of Vodou. And so just being in conversation and having community members to talk with, that's how I connect with my spirit guides.
Mine is particularly similar, coming from two traditions, because I am a Palo Mayombe initiate and a Fa. That's a hard question because every person who connects to the spirit world has a different way. Some people see images. Some people hear a message in their head. In my case, I get words that show up in my head out of the blue. Like I'll start thinking about a subject that you wouldn't be thinking about. Like if I'm talking with you right now about this story and all of a sudden I'm thinking nuclear. Why am I thinking about the word nuclear? There's something there. Something, that's an issue. So words will come back. What we usually do, or the tradition in Palo, just to give an example, the Palo Mayombe tradition, what they do is the person, when they have a connection to their particular consecrated item, which has a connection to a particular spirit, the spirit will be able to channel through the object to the person's head what they're thinking about. And when they're hearing something or a conversation, if they're particularly trained, they will ask the object with a yes or no divination tool. Is this what you're telling me? Are you telling me this? And if the response to the oracle's objects is yes, you got your answer. I have a particular communication with one particular spirit entity of my cuadro espiritual, who was a Bokonon, which is basically a Babalao of the Ifá tradition in another lifetime. And he said, hey, this is not part of the Ifá tradition from Cuba. This is what we say in Spanish, un tratado especial tuyo. Means a special pact with you. And this particular spirit wanted me to communicate with him through a particular set of chains, an Ifá divination chain, that was consecrated to him, not to Orunmila. So it speaks with him. And when I did the particular sacrifices, I had to wash it with certain herbs he indicated and certain blood sacrifice to that. I cast that chain, not the Yoruban way this way, I cast it forward, like the Shisa Ifa, because he wants it that way. That's what he used to do. So I cast it forward, and if I have a question, he can say yes or no with the chain. Or if I have a doubt about something I want to resolve, I throw the chain, and he will speak to me through the stories of the Ifa sign that came out. He knows I understand the Ifa. So he said, I'm going to speak to you through that way. But that doesn't work for everybody else. Nobody else could grab that chain and work for anybody else because that practice between him and me. That's my way. There's other people who see a crystal ball. Other people throw, my wife, for example, she throws barajas españolas. She throws Spanish cards on the floor. And her divination spirit, which is a gypsy that lived in Spain, comes over to her and starts speaking to her, the situation that the person's living. So she has to go through the mimicry of throwing the objects, even though she's looking at the cards and they don't say nothing, and everything's coming that way. So it all depends on the person and what did the spirit do in their lifetime. Did they cast cards? Did they do crystal balls? Were they a bokonon? So did they throw a chain this way? Etc. So there's so many different ways to connect.
The fun thing is very interesting because I'm in the religion, but I'm not the kind of the person who is initiated, And I see each person have a different way to connect themselves. I talk that with my students. It's like, you can be just sit down on one white place and connect on your ancestrality. Or maybe you can take a candle or go to some forest and walk. My way to connect, people know me, is to be in the capoeira holder. Some people sometimes, like, where you was. Because when the sound, when the beating bar, when the drum, I go. Not now because I'm too old, but they know me. When I was young, I could play like for 2 hours straight. You don't get tired? No. Because I'm connected with the energy of the holder. And that's make my connection with my ancestrality and everything. But for me particularly, each one of you have your way. Because when you have a necessity, when you are in danger, you already know who you're going to call. And you feel that inside you. That's when you connect yourself. Remember when we talk about there's a Kalunga line and that Talema line. When you are in the high point and you connect yourself straight to your ancestrality. That is exact. Because when you are in the high point, that's when you need to have more connection with your ancestrality. Because Who support you? Who put the shoulder for you to be on the high point? Who is there? And then is one what you need to look at. And one question always I say to, especially for young people, like when you are in danger, when you have some necessity, when you feel afraid, who's the first thing who comes to your mind? And most of the people is my mother, my grandmother. Yes, because they are your ancestrality, and that's what you connect yourself.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Okay, then, okay, two
Mine
questions.
is relatively short. Buenas.
Okay, everybody answer quick.
My name is Indigo, coming from West Philadelphia. My question is more specifically for Renee, but I'm also very interested to hear a wider perspective. Two questions, you had spoken about the Bata tradition, and I was wondering if you know anything about Amelia Pedrosa and Ibo Okun, and if you could speak a little bit more about that. And also interested in, I forget the name, but the Olorisha, who you said was a madam, who went about initiating queer and, folks, or I would say like marginalized folks. Just interested if any of you would be able to share more perspectives along that line, just for myself as a queer practitioner.
Well, in terms of Aurora Lamar, I don't know if her name was Obatola. I don't know if it was Obatola. I can't remember her particular santo name. But look for, which book I highly recommend? For people who want to have good the information for research, David Brown as the author, and the book Santeria Enthroned. And he's about to publish a second book right now. I think it's called Adesina's Cuba, which is a genealogy of Ifa, Babalaos, etc. But in my book, I've read a lot of books. Probably like 70 to 100 of the academic books on this religion, on Ifa. I think Santeria Enthroned is the standard. If I was to teach a college course, every of my kids would have to, get the curriculum. They have to go get that book because it's great in terms of the research. And he's a professor at a university level, so he did the standard for that. So I think her name is Aurora Lamar. There's a chapter given to her about everything, so you can get everything you want to know about her in that book. I would highly recommend it. In terms of marginalized communities, in my particular practice, I don't have any problems with people coming over for divination and being initiated to the levels that they can in terms of the limits of my faith. So, for example, an LGBT person can receive manorula, they can become santero. I had one particular person who came to my home and wanted to become a babalao, who was a gay man, and I had to explain to him, no, we can't do that because of this in particular reason. And I also explained the Nigerian side of it too, just so that they knew it wasn't a machismo of Cuban culture only. That's unfortunately, it's a rule that has to do with energetic balances, because the Rumila has a masculine balance with Odu, Igba Odu, the female balance in that. The same concept goes with the bataleros. When they ask, how come there's no bataleros that are homosexual? Is it because there's machismo in there? No, it's because the deity is female. Ajan or Anya is a female deity, and the concept of balance in terms of marriage, of energies, she marries with heterosexual men who are the only ones allowed to touch her because she wants and desires that. But that's a concept that's not openly discussed so much, so people automatically think, oh, it's just because the bataleros are very machista guys, which unfortunately they are, which gives the appearance that they're anti-LGBT, and some of them are. The bataleros, some of them are. But in my concept, I had that question to how come women or gay men cannot touch Anya? Because she's a female deity who specifically wants that. But that also applies to the other flip side of things. There's cults like the Gelede, the Yamio Shoronga, who men have a lower, either don't even participate or they have a lower rank. So there's very female-centric cults that the men have nothing to do. And then there's male-only ones like Ifa, Orung Blegbeg, the deity Orung as well. Women are not. In fact, when the Orung icon is taken out into the street in Nigeria, they tell women that they have to go into the homes. They're in danger for their lives if they're caught watching the object walking through the streets. So, it depends on the balance of natures. That's the best that I can answer that question. I hope I did.
I think think you answered it, and I was to say we can talk more, privately about Haitian Vodou. But I was just say really quickly, Vodou does not have all the specific like regulation around. If you are LGBTQ plus, you cannot initiate. It depends on like house to house. But in terms of Vodou as a religious spiritual tradition, it doesn't have any sort of those taboos or taboos.
Okay. Now, yes, the last question.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. My name is Hakeem Pitts. I am a cultural worker, a coach, and interfaith minister who's rooted in Africana religious traditions. I have a quick comment and then question. The commentary about, someone asked specifically about the sites of rebellion. As a child of Ogun, in my scholarship, I study war, and I just wanted to just share a few more. There's the Stono Rebellion, Gabriel's Rebellion, Denmark Vesey's conspiracy, Nat Turner's rebellion, and a really important one that gets underscored is the Malay Revolt, which happened in Salvador, Brazil, which was enacted by enslaved Muslim people, right, who came from the Hausa people and also Yoruba folks as well. And so it's really interesting to think about how their cosmology, right, Muslim cosmology and indigenous cosmology cohere together that allowed them to do that work there. So I just wanted to do that because that's what I research, is mapping those networks. My question that I have is about knowledge, about epistemology and knowledge production, because when I think about particularly the Congolese people going into water, but from a Congolese worldview, what water actually represents, right? And the way cosmology provides us this really open space for us to think differently about what is life, what is death, what is real, what is unreal, right? Is this a tree? Western thought says this is just a tree, but African, ontology and epistemology says this is more than a tree. But I'm just interested if you could share more about knowledge production and how that can help us in our reclamation of these traditions, but in our also everyday lives. So, thank you.
Is that for all of us? No. Yeah, it's a very beautiful question. And so how can our Vodou epistemologies or other Africana epistemologies help us with our knowledge production? That's how I'm understanding it. And I would say it requires a learning and unlearning, specifically, especially if you are trained in the West and you've gone through these academic institutions that try to bifurcate what's real, what's not real, what is sensible, what is not sensible. But if you have been growing up around like your elders away from these specific institutions of higher knowledge, of knowledge production, you then see the tree as what we would call a reposoir, right? The ritual resting site of the spirit. You understand that the river is not just simply a river, but this is a portal in which you can connect, you can call the ancestors, you can call spirits forth. When you're seeing a rock, you're not just looking at a rock, but you understand that the rock is imbued with power. And I think that's like very, very important for us to do this learning and unlearning, because if we don't, then we risk the danger of thinking, oh, we don't have any sort of knowledge production, or our traditions are not helping us conceive of knowledge and circulating knowledge as well. And also, I would say lastly, in terms of knowledge within like a Western academic space, it's very unfortunate, for example, that a lot of the times our tradition are maligned, they're discriminated against, and we as devotees are thought of as purely stupid, as primitive, because they're like, oh, how can you worship a tree? Or you see a rock, like, how is this a human being? And it's like, no. Our understanding of the world, right? Not our worldview, but our world sense. Because we don't just place emphasis on what we see. It's what we don't see. It's what we feel. It's what we're hearing. It is what we're in relation to that makes us see the world differently. And that is, to me, a stark contradiction between knowledge production elsewhere and knowledge production that is grounded in our lived realities and our indigenous epistemologies, worldviews, and our ontologies as well. Thank you.
Just, I don't know if it was here early, but when I talk about the communal vision about the world, and I told the way we see the world is Eurocentric, Christian, patriarchal. Okay, and that's when you sit down with some other people who have a different knowledge, different way of see the world, that's when you start to see the difference. That's what I say. If I ask you the color of the corn, most of the people is going to say is yellow. But why? Because that's the only way they know. That's the only way they see. But look, that's a war of epistemology. And that's what we need to be talking to the young ones, to tell them, look, when you go to school, it's not everything what they say. There's another way to see the same thing, but on different way. And I asked my student, did you have a talk with your grandmother if you have one? You know, with your grandfather? Because most of the time, they have some knowledge. They don't talk just because nobody asks. If you sit down there, one of the classes I did at the university was Ancestrality. And I said, just go to your family and they bring me some story, anything, what you think was interesting. And the people went talk with the grandmother, wow, they got surprised. Why? Because they never talking to tell me your story. Tell me something about you. We don't do that. And what's happening? We only have one side of the history. And that's what we need to change, okay? We need to be open our minds to learn more. And to know exactly, to separate, analyze, and that's why I say the more academic, to analyze everything and to see, okay, it's not everyone. I forgot the name of her who says, one side of the story. I forgot, but she have a beautiful lecture about that. We don't need to list both sides of the story.
Okay. I will just add to what you all commented, the need to learn to appreciate nature in the purest way to connect with it. It's not that one is worshiping a tree. The one is to actually be able to sense the life that goes through the tree, to sense the life that goes to the stream, to listen to the stream, to look at the little insects that are, skating on top, to be able to listen to the birds, to feel the breeze, to smell and allowing yourself to connect with nature in ways that then you become, you forget that you are supposed to dominate nature, but nature is supposed to be part of you and you part of it. And that would be one of the first steps you need to go in. Also responding to the guy who was looking for the inner connect, you have to at least be able to allow your own self to be, and be in a way away from concrete, away from what you've been told to believe that you're supposed to believe, and then let nature speak to you and whisper to you, and then you realize that you can see way much more.
No.
Okay.
You said something now. I'm going to connect the question they give to you, how to connect with your spirituality and what you just would say. And I was just thinking with myself now, how many of you have a garden at your place? Okay, great. This small moment when you put the seeds or you go to take care of your plant, have you seen that everything disappear? You just get connected with the earth. You don't think about nothing more. And that is the connection what we lost sometime. You know, it's you with nature, and you feel the earth. You know, you feel like you put the seed there, and after you see something grow, that's God. Because you imagine, you put a little seed, and after some time you're going to see a tree, you're going to see a plant. How many of you have the pleasure of to get a fruit, and the fruit just get on your hand and say, wow, that was for me? You understand? We lost that. Just to walk bare feet.
And with that,
that's exactly what we need to connect ourselves with nature and with our ancestrality.
thank you, thank you. And I think we're going to run quickly into our next panel, otherwise we'll be here until 7 p.m., which will not be good. Thank you so much. Thank you to each of you. Thank you for sharing so much wisdom.
And I just want to let everyone know that this is being live streamed, and it will be recorded and left on YouTube, Taier's YouTube page, and on the Schomburg page. So whatever your questions or answers, if you missed it and you want to re-listen to it again, you can find it on Taier's website. So all those cameras, we just have to talk in the microphone to be recorded, the questions. Thank you.
Doctor of Physical Therapy program. Born in Caguas, Puerto Rico, the daughter of a percussionist and a history teacher, graduate from the Sports Specialized School at the Olympic Training Center in Salinas, Puerto Rico, completed a BS in General Sciences from University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras campus in 2005, and a doctorate in physical therapy from Temple University 2010. Worked at Moss Rehab Amputation and Prosthetics Program in Elkins Park, Pennsylvania, until 2024. Now Dr. Seda is part of the core faculty at UAGM, Doctor of Physical Therapy Program in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Alba has been part of the Arturo Schomburg Organizing Committee since 2016. Please welcome her here.
Thank you. Is this the one you fold? No. And I want to be quick because we want to get all these panels ready to go and going. I'm going to introduce our panelists. What we want to do today with the panel is to, through their lens from where all their walks of life, reflect about today's experience and the great exhibit that we have here in the gallery. First, we're going to start with Nilda Peraza. Nilda Mercedes Peraza is a cultural leader with over 35 years of experience in arts and museum management in New York City and Puerto Rico. She began her career in the Bronx in the 1970s and went on to co-found and later direct Cayman Gallery in 1976, the first Soho space dedicated to Puerto Rican artists. She expanded its mission to include Latin American artists, supporting over 300 creatives and advancing multicultural representation in the arts. In 1985, she transformed the gallery into the Museum of Contemporary Hispanic Art, or MOCA, a pioneering institution highlighting Hispanic artists in the United States. Peraza has curated and collaborated on major exhibitions, including the Decade Show in New York, and represented the U.S. in international biennales. After returning to Puerto Rico in 1993, she held leadership roles at the Institute of Puerto Rican Culture and developed initiatives focused on African heritage and Puerto Rican identity. She now resides in Central Florida. Here is Nilda. Now we have our artist, Jorge Luis Rodriguez. He's a pioneering multidisciplinary artist whose career bridges minimalism, site-specific installations, and Afro-Caribbean cultural expression. After moving to New York in 1963, Rodriguez absorbed the city emerging art movements, minimalism, optical art, and later environmental art, before abandoning the canvas to pursue sculpture in 1970s. In 1985, he gained recognition to grow the first commission of New York City's Pursuit for Art program and for Orisha Santos, an artistic interpretation of the 7 African powers, which explores Santeria spiritual iconography well before it entered the mainstream art world. Then we have Reverendo Dr. Roberto Luis Lugo Morsiglio. Reverendo nació, I was going to stick to English. Reverendo was born in Mayagüez, Puerto Rico in 1974. He immigrated to New York City in 1975, he began his university studies at the Eugenio Maria de Hostos Community College, CUNY. There, he was an active part of the student movement and directed for 2 years the College of Newspaper, ICO de Hostos. He continued his studies at Lehman University. In 1989, he finished his degree in theology and political sciences at Nike College in New York. In 1993, he moved to the city of Philadelphia to continue his graduate studies at the Eastern Baptist Seminary, today Palmer Seminary, where he completed a master's degree in theology and pastoral care. In 1999, he began his doctoral studies at Centro de Estudios Graduados de Puerto Rico y el Caribe, and in 2005 completed his postgraduate courses. In 2001, he ordinated to the Christian ministry. In August of 2018, Curious University in Buenos Aires, Argentina, awarded a doctoral degree in theology and history. Reverendo Dr. Lugo is currently part of academic faculty of Didact Institute based in Buenos Aires. Currently, he is the president of the National Puerto Rican Agenda, Pennsylvania chapter. He's also pastoring a Christian group, Comunidad de Reino de Dios, and is reorganized community leaders in the city of Philadelphia. Reverendo Dr. Lugo has a solid 35-year marriage with Nidia Lugo, who was also a recognized servant of the Latino community in Philadelphia. And last but not least, we have Andres Cisneros. He's a professional musician and teaching art specializing in Afro-Caribbean and South African and hand percussion. Born and raised in Caracas, Venezuela, he began his lifelong musical journey after immigrating to the United States, connecting deeply with his African roots. After completing his studies in Puerto Rico, La UP I must say, he moved to Philadelphia in 2008 and co-founded the Latin jazz percussion duo Timbolana, collaborating with diverse artists and expanding Latin American rhythms and traditions. Today, Andres balances performing with full-time music education. He founded and developed the K6 World Music and Art Curriculum at the Independence Charter School West, and works as a freelance percussionist and educator, leading workshops and creating programs for organizations across Philadelphia area. Please give a round of applause. So what we're going to do, we're going to reflect upon what's happened today through their lens, see their point of views on each one of these areas, and they're going to have 5 minutes each to be able to talk about these issues. Who would like to start? Not you? We'll start with the artist. I think you guys have a microphone there, no? Right here.
Well, my name is Jorge Luis Rodriguez. I'm the creator of Orisha Santos, an artistic interpretation of the 7 African powers. I created the work with is it working or not? Is that on? Yes. So I created this work with a friend of mine who was born in Harlem and raised in St. Croix. So he was a Caribbean artist also. So we got together and we thought about the exhibition. I asked him to create the background for each altar, the environment of the installation, and I created the icons. There are two different definitions for a santero. A santero in my country is the one who creates saints or makes saints with wood, carves saints with wood, and we call that person santero. He makes saints. But there is another definition of santero. Is the Yoruba side of santero. When you are an initiate of the religion, you are initiated into one of the orishas or many of the orishas, and you are also called a santero. So the installation is an anthropological investigation that I did of the religion. I published a catalog, and the catalog is now on display at the bookstore if you want to acquire the catalog. So each orisha is documented in this catalog, and the history of the exhibition is also documented. Dr. Robert Faris Thompson wrote one of the essays of the catalog. Susana Torreya de Leval did another essay, and I did an essay also for the catalog. I wanted to create a spiritual environment because when I was a child, I was an espiritista, a person who saw spirits. And I grew up with spirits, playing with them or running around with them. So later on, I wanted to create an installation about that experience. And that was the resort, what you saw outside. And I wanted to make the saints as Catholic as possible, so it would be a contrast between the Catholic saints and the Orisha Yoruba deities.
Buenas tardes a todos. Good evening, everyone. My name is Roberto Lugo Morsiglio. Morsiglio porque tengo madre. I have a mother also. I just want to tell you that when I come here this morning, I just get into the exhibit. I was telling aquí a Jorge, when I get in there, it was like going back to my home. Very syncretistic experience. Okay, I also grew up with a Spiritista family. In my early age, maybe I was 4 years old, I used to spend time with my tia abuela. She was a medium. And she taught me a lot of things about spirituality and spirits. And that's when I get into the exhibit, I go, oh my gosh, this is my experience when I was 4 or 5 years old. That's what I experienced in my tia abuela house. But as a theologian that I am, I cannot put away what we have experienced here today. My first contact with Arturo Alfonso Schomburg was in 8th grade in Puerto Rico. And that name sound with me one other very important name, which was Mandela. I was in the movement, independence movement at that time in school, and I was the leader of the student movement for independence in that school. And when I heard about Mandela, attract our attention because he was in jail at that time. We're talking about 1969, 68. Okay? And then the other name, Schomburg, came to the point because we were fighting to free Mandela as a student, and also fighting to let people know about who our people are, especially Black Puerto Rican history that is very poorly taught in Puerto Rico. Okay, and that's how I started to get into who's Arturo Alfonso Schomburg. And I started to read about him there, but now when I grew up and all the experience that as a Christian that I am, to understand who this guy is, and I heard all my friends here about the experience with Santeria, experience with Vodou, experience with whatever they explain here, is tell who we are. Okay? We are not just one monolithic community. Okay? We are different people, different experience that at the end we find out the same thing sometimes. Okay? But Schomburg, especially Schomburg, is very important for this context because Schomburg is that we have our friend talking about their experience today. And the most impacting contribution of Schomburg was archive. Archive. And Schomburg started to understand his identity when he was a young guy in school. And his teacher told him, you are black, and black people do not have history. Apparently, that was a divine light for Schomburg at his early age to commit his life to show people and the world that black people, yes, have history. And he traveled to New York, as many of you know, and stayed in New York. And in New York, he started to collect books, articles, everything that taught about black history, black people. Okay? And I like that because my grandmother was a black lady, like many of you. And I'm the whitest guy in my family. Okay? I don't know, they tell me blanquito, but I say, no, blanquito, I'm negro. I'm black as you. Okay? But Schomburg showed the world something that was needed at that time that we now disfrutando, enjoying, okay, and enriching ourselves with what he left behind. That's why when the brother from Brazil said, what are you doing today to be a what? That was Schomburg did. Okay? And he don't have to scream, he don't have to protest in the street. He dedicated his life to collect information, to leave a history behind, to tell the world, okay, the establishment said we are not history. He proved them, yes, we do. And here we are. And we have a center in New York, very important center, not only collect information about black people in the United States, black people around the world. Okay? And when I say black people, I'm trying to put them above anyone. Okay? Is that they, black, put behind anyone. Okay? And that archive show us that we can do something, want to scream, pretend to be who we are not. Okay? We can do our part, little by little, and leave something behind that our new generation and next generation will take over and continue with. Okay? Presentation is exactly a continuation of that Schomburg did in the 19th century. Okay? And that's why cuando le dije, mira, cuando entré por ahí, estaba entrando a casa. Then I felt, but I know, I understand each piece what he did. That's why this symposium should be more centered in what Schomburg did and how he affected his future generation. Okay? Schomburg still pertinent today, very pertinent. And we need really to put more attention on those people who maybe they're not scream, they don't do much, okay? But they are doing something that is pushing and llevando hacia adelante algo que empezaron atrás. I was telling Edgardo, my friend here, that Schomburg did in late 19th century what Benito Martínez Ocasio did today. Okay?
I mentioned that the exhibition is 40 years old. So we are commemorating the making of Orisha Santos and artistic interpretation of the African powers now with this exhibition. Thank you.
Before we keep going, I think that one of the important things to think about is that that's what we're doing here as the Schomburg Symposium is what he did with is in honor of what he did, right? Like we are trying to continue that tradition of collecting those stories and making that available for those that are not scholars, right? All those histories and all those studies that have been done, like they were asking before, how do we make it for those that are not in academia? How do we put all that information and make it available for the public, for the regular person that is not going to go to university to sit down at a course that is talking specifically about that and all the different areas that maybe you don't think about as in your day life. So just having this conversation, just having the people that are working on it and explaining it to the regular public, I think is part of also honoring Schomburg. And we can...
Just being alive is honoring him.
Exactly. So you want to go?
Me? Hi. How many of you were this morning when we were at the Orisha Santos gallery? All of you. So I'm not going to repeat myself. I already spoke, right? But I have some misunderstandings, right? That I'm questioning right now what I'm doing sitting here. Jorge has spoken. Everybody has interpreted his show, but I still have some little things, not that much. But as you already know, I run a small museum in New York City in an area that was called where mainstream artists were exhibited, and we went in there and set up our shop for those that were not included. There was no inclusion of Latin or Hispanics in general, or as we used to call them. Now they're called Latinx. The Latinx, that's the new terminology. In my times, we called them Hispanics, or if you were Puerto Rican, we're Puerto Rican, and if you were from Latin America, you were a Latin American artist. But now we are fused into one hybrid community, and that's the way we're described. They don't look at the differences in language, which is primary way of communication. I have friends from all over, and I'm always questioning, what do you mean with that? I don't know the vocabulary. I sometimes don't know the name of the fruits or the vegetables because they're not mine. They're from Peru or Honduras. I have one that calls me all the time, and I'm always saying, hey, I do not understand what you're talking about, but can you translate it in the Puerto Rican language? Then I will do something for you. But I'm not here to talk about that. I was here to talk about Jorge. And I don't know how many of you know about his biography except what she read. But Jorge has a long, long career in the arts, working in sculpture and steel, which is a very, very different medium that most artists use. They do paper, they do canvas, or they do on the walls nowadays with the murals. But he has been working in steel for a very long time and done incredible artworks that you have seen, just a little sample of it. And Jorge was a neighbor when I was in my gallery on Soho. He was a neighbor, so he used to hang out with me all the time. And we put him in, I don't know how many shows. We traveled him to the Dominican Republic. We traveled him in shows to Puerto Rico. And in Puerto Rico, we took him to an exhibition that we called Intercambio, Exchange. They went to a museum that was run by the governor of Puerto Rico because he had founded it. And Jorge was part of that. Jorge won an award from the National Endowment for the Arts in 1979, and in 1980, he was a participant of the exhibition of some of those awardees. And he continued to work very quietly, creating art that is very meaningful for them. But this Orisha Santos and artistic interpretation is very, very important. And I'm going to read because I wrote a presentation that I thought I was going to talk about. But if you allow me for a second to add something to what I didn't say. Remember this morning I said that when he came as we were preparing for the new museum to open, and he said, I have an exhibition that I want to show in this new space, right? You heard that. And I said, well, we have two elements that we have to talk about. Religious and spiritual theme was not in vogue in those times. It was not the thing to do. Second, installations were not part of the mainstream. They were not even considered a medium in the art field at the time. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and like we didn't even know what to say to each other. But then all of a sudden, he didn't take it as a no. He said, give me a minute, and I'm going to explain something to you. And I'm going to quote him, if you allowed me to do that very briefly. I am a sculptor that has investigated the conceptual juxtaposition of traditional symbols, icons, and rituals with contemporary abstract forms. This led me to pursue this installation, which consists of 8 steel sculptures and their accompanying altars that show the hybrid of African belief system. In order to develop understanding of these doctrines and rituals, I have invited, as he said, Charles Evanson, a practitioner, an artist, to be part of this pioneering installation at the time. But he was in charge of creating the altars that will give you what is the function of each of the Orishas deities, and particularly in their conversion to Christian ways. And he was very effective when he did it there. Unfortunately, he passed months after that, but he's here with us probably. He continued, and then I'm going to skip several things here. There was another lady that worked with Jorge at the time. Her name is Cynthia Turner, which was a historian and a believer. She wrote the iconography of each of those saints that we were showing in a format that he reinterpreted the conversion of African deities into Catholic imagery to show the Yoruba forms of devotions and their beliefs. And then he continues saying, my intent is to aesthetically display the altars depicting key figures of the various religions that centuries later emerged all over the world, particularly in the Caribbean zones in which Cuba adopted the Santeria beliefs as part of one religion, the Vodou in Haiti, the Spiritism in Puerto Rico. Each one of them took their own identity, and they took what they were reading and interpreting from these different religions and made it their own. And the practices different really widely in each one of them. But all of them put together, they embody the universal quest for transcendence. And that's how Jorge explained that to me. And I look at him and say, well, needless to say, my dear friends here, after that description, what could you do? Well, I proceeded to schedule the exhibition. There was no way to say no to that. So I said, well, we're going to schedule it. I think it was the third show that we put together because we already have one prepared for the opening. So I brought him to do that. I was not a curator because Jorge doesn't need a curator. I mean, he has his steel sculptures. He has the installation process already defined and clearly stated by Charles Abramson, which is replicated, every time we put it on show. So we agreed. The installation, as I said this morning to all of you, those that were there, was a unique and incredibly different for everything that was happening in any institution, in not only in New York, but I would say the United States. And it was so impacting, as I said, people cry, people pray, people kneel down in front of those statues during the duration of the exhibition. And that was a very, very unique way of seeing his artwork. I've been listening to everyone here, and people don't talk about some little things that happen. How did the Africans came into the Americas, into the Western world? They were brought in by the colonizers, and I don't tell them to be the discoverers because they didn't discover anything. We had people all over the place. They just showed up and took over, like we are facing nowadays. And they took over, and they took the slaves and took them to different countries in our Americas. And they slaved them, and they branded them. They put brands here that identify each one of them with an owner. And the owners wanted to control the Yoruba people. And one of the things to control them was by converting them into Catholicism, which they intended to do very strongly. They forced them to receive baptism. They forced them not to recognize their deities. So that's when this change happened, which was what people call now syncretic thing, is that they, the Yoruba slave in our countries, turn around and say, but I have my belief, and I have my deities called Orishas. There are many of them. Jorge took the strongest one, but there are many more of them. And they get allocated, as Jorge explained today. One of them had each name. And you have each one of them with a Catholic virgin or saint, and they could carry on doing the rituals under that, so that the colonizer will not know that they will have continued, and they maintain their belief, religious belief, and cultural rituals that make them who they are. When people ask who we are that. We are very hybrid, we are very mixed. And like I was telling someone today, I don't know if it was one of you or someone else, I said, I came from a very hybrid house. As Jorge had his experience, I had mine. I live in a huge house that was run by my grandfather and grandmother, and then my father and my mother and us. We all lived together in the same place, but it was a very big house. And my grandmother was a very strong Catholic. She would go to church every morning. She would go to Mass every Sunday. She observed every single belief in the Catholic Church. Even to the point that in our house, we had a room that was like a small capilla, church, with saints and everything. And the priest of the town will come to our house every Wednesday night. Of course, he got paid for that. And they'll pay him for that. And he will come, either did the rosary or gave Mass or sat down and say, whoever wants to make confession, I'm here. So I live in that. But that was my grandmother. And my mother was part of that. But on the other end, I have a grandfather who was what they call an espiritista in Spanish. And he had an office in that house where people will go to do the rituals and do the consultations about that aspect of that religion. So I grew up seeing, my mother, my grandmother are there, they're Catholic, and my grandfather observed a religion that they understand. People from the island, St. Croix, all these areas will visit my house all the time. They were there. And I was there because my mother had to serve as translator. My grandfather didn't speak English, but my mother did very well, because she learned that when the Americans took over and forced the English in Puerto Rico. You know that, right? And she was product of that. So she was she was strong English. I mean, and she had never left Puerto Rico, but she was translating all of these sessions of Espiritismo in our house to all these visitors, and they were there all the time. Let me tell you, all of the time. I was telling Rafael or someone today, he said one day I was sitting in the corner in the back because my mother sat me there, and they were all in a conference room, sort of, which was our dining room, talking with my grandfather and my mother translating. And all of a sudden, this woman in the back from St. Croix, I think she stands up and she said, you know that kid, she has a yellow rose in her mouth. I still today, I don't know what it meant, but because no one will explain it to me. I asked my mother, and she said, well, you have to ask your grandfather. And my grandfather said, it's better that you don't even know what she meant. So I've gone through life trying to figure out what it meant, but I know what I have lived. So I said, well, some of those things in my roller coaster life were part of that meaning, that she saw it, but no one else had been able to decipher it. So that's what I call syncretism. You know, that's a house, a syncretic house. And the weird thing is that even under those circumstances, Puerto Ricans still favor Catholicism. In the majority of the Puerto Ricans historically favor Catholicism, and that's what they practice. Again, I'm going to use myself as an example. I just explained you the house I was living in and the kind of religions that were observed in my household. And they placed me in a Catholic school from kindergarten until I graduated at 12. So, you know, you go to Catholic religion. I was taught by nuns and priests, and I went back to my house, and my grandfather was having sessions, you know, spiritistas in his area there. So that's syncretic. I would call that a syncretic experience. And then I go to New York, and I learned even more, you know. I said, well, the people say, hey, you people, right? Have you ever gone through that when they say you people? Because I have never experienced that while I was in Puerto Rico. I arrived in New York in 1970, and the first thing that I learned it was when they will address me and say, you people. You people. And you believe that probably that's not happening anymore, but it does. I'm going to tell you another story, and then I'm going to stop. I have a granddaughter who lives in Seattle, 6 years old. She goes to this school in an area that all the technology people from Amazon and Microsoft live, but that's the school she belongs to. So talking about Bad Bunny, they have teachers that come one day to teach Mandarin, because there's a lot of Chinese people in that area. And then they teach Spanish another day, and there's a teacher that comes to teach them music. And one day, last week, this happened last week, they had the music teacher, he came to play with the kids. Tell me, smart one. Bad Bunny. They bought Bad Bunny, and the guy played the music for all these 6 years old first graders. Can you believe that? Of course they were excited, and everything started. The guy left, and and everybody went back to be a calm environment. And then my daughter, who has had a friend, his name is Andrew, that she always played with him, white guy, you know, from one of those parents, technology parents. And she has always been playing with him. She was very fond of him, you know, at 6 years old. She goes, after that experience, she goes to say that she wanted to play with him. And he told her, I don't play with you people. My president says that you people should be out of here because this is not your country and you do not belong here. This is not 2026 in the United States at a 6 years old first grade level. So tell me if we don't have to change the environment and tell me if we don't have to resist, and tell me if we don't have to protest. We have to do it. We have to find a way to be more effective and to find. I think that each one of us knows who we are, who he is or who she is. Don't you? Yes, absolutely. Do you know who you are? I know who I am. So, but collectively, we have to find a way for all of us to say what he was talking about. This is who we are, and this is where we belong, and this is what we have been contributing for centuries to all of these parts of the world. And that's what we have to fight for. You know, I don't care about the color of the skin. I don't care if they call me, you know, how they refer to us, to the Puerto Ricans. There was a phrase that I don't, people say, I have had friends who say, I'm Puerto Rican because she's blue eyes, red, you know, blonde hair like you, straight hair, and she says, well, we're white, we white. I say, really? Have you forgotten the history? When the slaves were brought to Puerto Rico in the 1500s, the men who came as colonizers didn't bring their Spaniards wife or females. They were having children with the Indians, the indigenous woman, and with the slave women. So in the beginning of the 20th century, people say, oh, the mulattoes, you know, the mulattoes. Now we are Afro Puerto Ricans, that finally they have defined it. But they still, even in Puerto Rico, basing it on the color of your skin, which is something that we have to overcome and that we have to tell people it's very wrong to say that.
Thank you.
Wow. ¿Qué hago yo aquí? Did y'all see that? Everything I was thinking of saying just went somewhere. I heard a thud somewhere, and that was, yeah.
I do. What were you thinking? I saw you nodding. I like when people start. I believe in Socratic education. You know, like someone once said before, I like to hear you, and then I answer you, or you question me, and I question you. And that's what Socratic education is all about. We learn from each other, and each other brings a different experience in life. I just told you my life, you know, and I'm still here. And I lived in New York for, I don't know, since 1970. And I am an outsider. I'm still, they refer to me, to my 6-year-old daughter, is you people.
Yeah.
In supposedly a very liberal city and state, because that's what Washington State is all about. It's a very liberal, and still you have people there that at 6 years old listen to their parents probably at home, and then he comes home at 6 years old, tells my daughter, you people don't belong here. And they forget the history. They don't know the history. That's the problem. They don't even know the history.
We will go through a Q&A in a moment. We're gonna have Andres Cisneros do his part, and then we'll go to a Q&A. Is that okay?
No, no. I think that's the why I'm here. I mean, is the beauty of being up here and the privilege. I have such a privileged life. Did I say that right? Aquí todos hablamos español, ¿no? Se nota. I consider myself very lucky. I'm surrounded by greatness always, wherever I step, and that's part of the blessings that I feel I've been connected to in my life, in my spiritual journey. So these individuals here are the true bridges of the current world we live. They lived in the world before technology, and now they're in the world of technology, and this is the true strength of that runs the world. So In reflection of that, I want to thank you for everything you said. I've been trying to okay, I'm gonna jump on that. I'm gonna jump on that. And I will. But I want to affirm you first. Thank you for what you shared. And I think that's part of the archival that is Schomburg's legacy. And I think those stories are valid, and those stories, as we can see, will continue. I was a year in the U.S. really trying to set myself, coming from the jungle of Caracas, the concrete jungle, one of the true concrete jungles of this world. Caracas is grimy, but Caracas is also gorgeous. But I came from a part of Caracas that's rugged and raw, which is probably why I love Philly so much. And I'll jump at any opportunity to praise Philly because I love this city. Been here almost just about 20 years. And it was 19, and we were for incredible reasons. This is the early 90s. We migrated to the state of Maine, and make a long story short, we were studying Harriet Tubman. It was February, African American History Month, and with my little English that I picked up, I had my book of the autobiography of Harriet Tubman, the biography of Harriet Tubman. I was locked out of my house, and I'm sitting in my steps, and I'm reading the book, and my neighbor comes up, and he says, "My grandma told us not to play with you," and my sister, who is more woolly than me, her hair and her skin tone and everything. And he said to me, my grandma said not to play with y'all because you guys are N-word, which I will not repeat. And I said, what? I took that in, waited for my mom to get home. My mom was putting herself through school, also working as a custodian at that time. So her days would start at 5:45 and come home at around 11 o'clock at night. I got home at 5. I waited for mom. There's nobody to open the door for us, so we all will trickle in from school. And I shared that story with my mom. Like the Reverend shared, this is the amazing thing about identifying and coming from the countries we come from. I am the whitest in my family, and nobody would ever believe it. I'm always questioning, why are you here? I mean, I'm questioning why I'm here, and I just told you, this is, again, what is truly the richness of our experiences and the way I identify as a Latino. But now we're, as Ms. Nilda shared, we're that and another letter. We're the only so-called ethnicity that includes race, ethnicities, religions, creeds, and nationalities, and also a sexuality into one word, into one noun to describe us. There's no white X, there's no black X. We're Latinx. And this is my generation coming in, kind of doing the necessary work of fixing the wording, or updating the language. We do refer to our ancestors now, as we should, as enslaved, if they were of African descent. And I learned from one of the great scholars, musicians of my country, Chu Quintero, Jesus Chu Quintero, who is somebody I've looked up to since I was in my early teens. And this man in Venezuela, as this discourse started taking hold, would affirm our African legacy and our descendants as Afro-descendants. But he said, we're Afro-ascendants, as we're ascending. And I've always loved this culture here, how is above, onward and upward. And that's a phrase in the African-American community that I've tied to how in Venezuela we have some of us in the community, or some scholars in the community, have taken on affirming that legacy as ascending, and I loved it. Now again, I'm always like, championing the blackness in us. And one of the stories I have is my great grandfather still had scars on his ankles and his wrists from chains from when he was a child. Slavery had been abolished in Venezuela at the time. But again, why do we celebrate Juneteenth in the United States? It took years for that to be a reality in what this country, in this vast country that spans two ocean coasts. In their smaller nation of Venezuela, you still had people in those conditions. And that story was told by my great aunt, who passed at 101 years old. And these are stories that are there, but I think one of the panelists, a gentleman from Brazil, said you have to ask your elders. You have to ask those questions. Most of us grow up just too late. You don't know how I go back in my head and say, if I had known what I know now. And even if as a father now, trying to instill that into my daughters and say, ask mom questions, ask your abu, ask her the questions, ask her. And that's because that's again who's gonna continue this. I have a responsibility. I was asked in one of my first, I've always feel like I belong in the places where I travel. I am a true chameleon. I think Reverend can attest to that as well. We just know we're supposed to be in certain places, but we're still questioned. I'm sure, we can relate in certain stories. Like, ¿tú qué haces aquí? ¿Y tu abuela dónde está? We have a famous saying, ¿y tu abuela dónde está? Where's your grandmother? And that's in a way saying like, there's something about you, like you got something there. Okay, you can come in. You're invited to the barbecue, and you can stay. You can get a piece of chicken. You can do. You're here. You're here. I've never questioned why I'm here, but people do question me. People say, why? Tú eres blanquito. Why are you here? And they say, pero tú tienes ojos azules, you got blue eyes. I said, no, my eyes are gray. And I still say, that's how you know. But and long story short, I think in the circles that I've inserted myself, in one of them coming here being a musician and having these taking part of the Ocha traditions. I think that is where I am content, and as long as we are participating and vibing, and this is the beauty of getting involved here in the United States is where I became initiated in the traditions that I saw altars in my home. In Venezuela, we have our own espiritismo, that as Puerto Ricans refer to it, and the altars in my home, in my collective family, in my aunts and cousins, were our soperas, where we contain where our orishas live, but we also have these busts of these indios, cacique, guaycaipuro. Yeah, they're everywhere. Those are part Maria Leonza. These are ceramic personifications of strong energies that affirm our native roots and our African roots. And when we say African roots, it's responsible to be specific. And here in the U.S., I'm initiated in Ocha. And I am a child of Ochun, going on 10 years, can you tell? And I always crack up at, people are like, oh, you look like a Chango, you look like an Ochun, oh, you got that, I got you energies. Yeah, I think that's, it's how we weave those sentiments around the Orisha, but at the end of the day, Orisha is is, in my experience, is such a strong, has to do with deep spirituality and connection to my past, to remembering the story about my grandfather. And I didn't mention, but my great-grandmother was eaten by a jaguar when they were journeying from a town called Turmero in Maracay. This was bush country back in the late 1800s, and they were migrating from a cacao plantation to Caracas, and she was attacked by a jaguar, and when they went back, they just found her clothes. They were in the family, they called them tigre. Un tigre se comió tu abuela. Y yo, ¿cómo? ¿Qué es eso? Like, how are you gonna say that so casually? I'm 8. And yeah. So picturing that, you're going from a cacao plantation, moving on to the great city of Caracas, but then you go up to the so-called shanty towns. I always give people the visual of Cidade de Deus, that the favelas of Brazil. In Caracas, we are home to, like I say, Brazil got them, we got them too. When I saw that movie, I was like, oh wow, we're the same people. Like all our enslaved, our formerly enslaved peoples went from the plantations and they went to the cities to try to get a better opportunity. No, they were thrown into shanty towns. They had to make shift, and that's where we come from. I always say, what part of Caracas you're from? I'm from el centro de Caracas, el pie del Guarataro. El Guarataro is a neighborhood that is one of those, up in the mountains, And, if it rains too hard, everybody's tense, because, we're subject to surviving the way I'm sure Brazil understands. We've always made do. We built countries, built the U.S. on the back of enslaved peoples, built the United States, built all the countries in Latin America, all those great churches you see. I didn't want to set foot in the Church of Seville in Spain, and I lived in Spain, in the southern Spain. I didn't want to set foot in that church and see all the gold that was stripped. At that age, I was like, oh, and I know for a fact, having studied 1 year high school in Spain, that they do not teach the history that they are responsible for to their kids. I studied in high school there. I studied history there, and they do not. They do not. And again, part of our responsibility here, as it affects us, is not to accept revisionist history. I've been to a country that doesn't acknowledge it at all. They don't see the cause and effect isn't explained. Oh yeah, we got all these immigrants from El Salvador, and we got these immigrants from Guatemala coming to Madrid, and it's like, yeah, bro, you do, you do, And here I am. I'm from Venezuela. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here too. I'm checking y'all out. See what it is, and y'all live good. They live good, and if that's what the attempt is here, to not talk about what happened, so that we can have this pristine quality of life. No. I think we have that, and that is part of the legacy of responsibility. Again, to affirm Schomburg's legacy and everybody here, we have to make these bridges connecting each other and our stories. I mean, I think one of the beautiful things about Mr. Jorge's work is that he used metal to, in 1985, explain the story of syncretization at a time when 5 years earlier, the Marielitos had arrived and started this boom of so-called Santeria in relation to Ocha, and what we properly call La Regla de Ocha, which is the name of the religion. And to do that exposition, to do these pieces in the mid-'80s, I saw Mr. Jorge a few weeks ago, and I didn't get a chance to ask how it was received in mid-'80s when this was such a taboo. And I know the ladies here in the front know and lived that era. So we have a lot of history here. And I was and Ms. Nilda answered a little bit about that, how it mentioned how people would kneel in front of some of the pieces, and that again, place yourselves in that year, in those years where Marielitos, the real Cubanos, the black Cubans arrived, the real practitioners of Ocha arrived to the United States, and they really set in motion. And I would attribute that the reason why I am initiated here in the U.S. and why my family was also initiated in Venezuela. And I was not able to be initiated there because I'm here. I migrated. Things of life. But it's just, I can see those connections. And for this exposition to have been there, it had to have been so impactful and so affirming. And yes, it's syncretized. Mr. Jorge didn't personify the Orishas in the way that we know the Orishas are, but they were syncretized, but they were still powerful. And the fact that it's made of metal, it's going to be here hundreds of years later. You made sure you really built something that is not that. Like I'm reading the stories of the three little pigs to my daughters all the time, and it's like, yeah, the hay, wood, metal. So this, I think Mr. Jorge is also leaving a legacy of having us refer to this work and refer to the part of the history where we had to coat part of the identity. Now we know, and we are affirming their identity today, and we're recognizing it. All the panelists have, but it's now, it's here, and we're here, and we're resisting, and we will continue. So muchas gracias.
Let me say that the Orisha that represents these installations is Ogun, the Orisha of Meta, okay? I'm not an initiate of Ogun, but I'm Ogun. I carry my work as Ogun in my work.
Ogun created the world.
Yes. Now, let me tell you the spiritual inside of my installation. When I was a child, I used to see spirits and play with spirits. I was an spiritista. There was a spirit that appeared to me every few days. It appears from under my mother's sewing machine. He used to emerge from there, play all around with me all day. And then at the end of the evening, he used to disappear under my mother's machine. Many years later, I met Charles Abramson at the Studio Museum in Harlem, and I recognized him as the spirit that used to appear to me during my childhood. So I asked him to create this installation with me. He didn't know the story, my spiritual history with him as a spirit. And I never had a chance to talk to him about it because he died 3 years later. He passed 3 years later. But as a spirit, we were friends during my childhood. And then I met him again and created this installation with him. I had the opportunity to create this installation with him at that time.
Well, I think we have time for a few questions. If anybody has questions for the panelists, if they're, Ms. Nilda is advocating for you guys, for us to finish.
For me, we can be here until 7 o'clock. You want me? I can stay tomorrow too.
Well, I think that the way that Andres kind of like wrapped it up, I feel like it was made beautifully, and then at the end, Mr. Jorge to explain just a little bit further. We are here, thanks, and we reunite in this symposium because of Arturo Schomburg, and in honor to him is our duty to continue to be those archivists of these stories that we listen and pass them along. So I just want to make sure, in the words of Mestre Cobra Mansa, what are we doing now to be remembered and become ancestors? So with that, we thank you for being here at Taller. Thank you, everybody. We're going to go outside.
Have questions?
Anybody has a question?
Oh, because I see you doing like this. So.
No.
It's for you?
Do we, now we go outside? Oh, never mind.
I have something to say. Before, it had nothing to do exactly. No. Oh, I didn't know. Anyway, you hear me now. I just want to thank Rafael, whom I know for many years as well. I would like to express my thank yous to Carmen Febo, who's here, who has a long history. She has a long history with Taller, but when I sent the proposal, my request to Rafael for Jorge's exhibition, the person who called me was Carmen, and she was so excited about it. So she really made me and to call Jorge immediately. I said, Jorge, we're going to go to Philadelphia to a Taller Puertorriqueño, because she, and this was like a year ago, right, more or less. And I said, we're going to go there. We're going to celebrate that. So I'm very thankful for her and for Miss Gosling, Erica. I don't know if she's here. Oh, you're the, because guys, what a place! What a place! The people, the energy, what you have done here for this community is impressive. I have been in many places around the United States and Puerto Rico and so your country, Guatemala, whatever, and I have never seen the energy, the dedication, and the commitment that I have felt here. So I want to thank the Taller Puertorriqueño for this opportunity. Evelyn.
She's the Schomburg. She started Schomburg.
I didn't know her, so you said I don't know who she is.
I do want to give a special thanks to Doctora Evelyn Laurent as well.
Yeah, I just want to end that this is the start of We Will Not Hide. It's a year-long program that is starting from February 2026 to February 2027. In April, the story about We Will Not Hide is about the Colonias March. It's a coalition of a march that started on Lehigh and 25th Street during the Bicentennial 1976. And we're sort of remembering that march, which is actually, it's on display at the map that's in the atrium right here. There's actually a little information on it. And that's a coalition of African Americans, Puerto Ricans, Indigenous people, and these people were just talking about what was happening at that time, that not being recognized. And in April, we're trying to get the people who actually marched in there, and we want to connect it to the other community. And we would love to invite you to that. And hopefully you could follow us on tallerpr.org and join our newsletter, and you'll know more about the We Will Not Hide and our other exhibitions, which will be reaching out to this to different aspects of our conversation. There is a press release. It is also a blue handout that talks about all the upcoming exhibitions. And there's a page called We Will Not Hide, which is part of the tallerpr.org that's going to be updated, and it'll show everything that's connected to that series during the year. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say finally thank you. Thank you to all of the panelists and to Alba, the moderator, to all of the morning presenters, and to all of you for joining us for this very full, nourishing day. And we are going to transition, I believe, to some capoeira, perhaps, if we're so moved. So thank you. Thank you all.
Maybe we should put that on. Thank you.
Thank you.